change. Now that my life, I know that it's Light in your head and dead on your feet. Well, another crazy day. You'll drink the night away and forget about everything. This city desert makes you feel so cold. It's got so many people, but it's got no soul. And it's taken you so long to find out you were wrong when you thought it. You used to think that it was so easy. You used to say that it was so easy. But you're trying now. Another year and then you'd be happy. Just one more year and then you'd be happy. You're crying now. Way down the street there's a light in his place. He opens the door, he's got that look on his face, and he asks you where you've been. You tell him who you've seen, you talk about anything. He's got this dream about buying some land. He's gonna give up the booze and the one night stands, and then he'll settle down in some quiet little town and forget about everything. But you know he'll always keep moving. You know he's never gonna stop moving. 'Cause he's rolling, he's the rolling stone. When you wake up it's a new morning. The sun is shining, it's a new morning. You're going home.
Tommy, come take out the garbage.
Hello?
Where are you? You're
What?
missing it. Get down here right now.
Where are you?
We're in the tunnel. You have 5 minutes. Get down here right now.
Okay.
Hurry up.
for the broken hearted. A silent prayer for faith departed. And I ain't gonna be just a face in the crowd. You're gonna hear my voice when I shout it out loud. It's my life, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. I just wanna live when I'm alive. My heart is like an open highway. Like Franklin said, I did it my way. I just wanna live when I'm alive. It's my life. This is for the ones who stood their ground. Tommy and Gina never back down. Tomorrow's getting harder, make no mistake. Looking even look, you gotta make your own breaks. It's my life, it's now or never. I ain't gonna live forever. Sometimes I sleep, sometimes it's not the day. I mean, always go their separate ways. Sometimes you tell the day by the bottle that you drink. Times when you're alone, all you do is think. I'm a cowboy on a steel horse I ride. I'm wanted, wanted, dead of the line. Wanted, wanted, dead of the line.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this monthly meeting of your Board of Education. I'll call our festivities to order. If everyone please find a seat. Back in 1926, a gentleman named Carter G. Woodson, who was a scholar and historian, promoted the second week of February as Negro History Week. And he picked the second week of February because it coincided with the birth dates of Frederick and Abraham Lincoln, two key people in the history of the United States and especially in the African American community. In 1976, Negro History Week was changed to Black History Month, during which we recognize the contributions of lots of African American key figures in our history. And I often wondered why we only do it then. We should be doing it all the time, but that's a conversation for another time. I would make a quote this evening from an individual that I was not aware of a month or two ago, as I dare say many of you were not aware of. A young lady named Amanda Gorman. You may have seen her prior to the Super Bowl just this past Sunday, and I'm sure you have seen or heard of her recitation during the presidential inauguration back in January. And I will quote from some of her writings. She says, "The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it, and only if we're brave." Friends, if you'll now join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. Now, if you'll please rise as we honor America with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We typically have public comment early in the agenda, but because of some of the items for our consideration, the time for public comment is pushed a little later in the agenda. If you have an agenda, you'll see where it is. And speaking of that agenda, members of the board, you received a copy of the agenda in your planning packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it. Are there any considerations for concern or adjustments? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda as published?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then the agenda is approved as published. Also in that packet, members of the board, you received a copy of the minutes from our January the 12th regular meeting. Any questions about those minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes from January 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then those minutes are approved. And Dr. Mooney, I think we've arrived at a time to have a spotlight on people.
Yes. Mr. Hyde, if you and I would go down to the front. Mr. Hyatt, members of the board, before we begin our official Spotlight on People recognition, I want to take a minute to recognize a valuable member of our executive team. There she is. Just want to be sure she is here. Ms. Hass is enjoying her last official board meeting prior to her retirement. She is our Chief Financial Officer and is retiring at the end of the month. And I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank her for her many, many, many years of service to public education and her commitment to the student, staff, and Mooresville community over the last decade plus in Mooresville and for the last 33 years in public education. Ms. Hass has done great work in her role as our Chief Financial Officer and has done so while keeping the most valuable assets of our district, which are our people, our students, and our staff, at the forefront of what she does. Miss Hass, not just for her professional competence, but for her true devotion to each one of us. Members, if they would like to make any comments, to do so, to congratulate and recognize Miss Hass in her retirement.
Well, I'll start. I think we talk a lot about Mooresville and MGSD being a family, and with that being said, I consider Terry our mother. In that, she has guided us through some really challenging and difficult times. If you think about it, while she's been CFO, we did digital conversion, had a major recession, we're in a pandemic, and our finances are very strong. And that's not the case in a lot of places, a lot of districts in our state. And that's all due to Terry's expertise. And because being a good parent, she has taught us all a valuable lesson that no means no. and we've learned that lesson very well. Have we not, Dr. Mooney?
Yes, ma'am.
But thank you so much for all that you've done for Mooresville Graded and especially for our kids, because that's what we're all here for.
Terry, I was told I was going to be given about 15 minutes. You were told wrong. I also had an opportunity to speak with your husband, and he said, "Hallelujah! Thank goodness it's about time." But no, seriously, I think a mother is probably, an apt description, but more than that, for many different reasons. I have a lady that's worked for me for a long time in my law practice, and there's never been a day that I haven't, or that I've worried about anything that deals with finances. She's steadfast. She's there all the time. She's doing exactly what she's supposed to. She's going above and beyond. You go above and beyond every day in what you do for this community and for this school district. And you've taught me so much. How to be a leader, how to be a good leader, how to be a great leader, how to make sure that you're physically responsible and in all that you do, and that you can do that and still serve your community the right way and do a wonderful job. You always have had wonderful levity in what you do, especially considering the accounting side is always deemed to be kind of dry, but you've always approached it with good humor. And made our moments together while we're going through budgets and that sort of thing very simple. You've laid it out so that we can understand it at an elementary level and also at a more, at a higher level. I'm going to miss you dearly. Everybody always wants more time and more opportunities to talk and get to know, and that's my only regret as it relates to you leaving, is that I wish I could have had more time with you. Time is so precious, and I'm so happy for you. I'm sad for our district, but also happy for the new beginning. And I wish you all the most wonderful time and success in the future, and we'll dearly miss you.
Well, thank Greg. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Terry. There have been a number of times I said, okay, we're going to say something tonight. What am I going to say? I want to write this down. I'm going to put some words together, put words to paper. Because how do you find superlatives to express excellence? The character in which you've handled yourself, the job that you have done for us is undercut by the person and the human being and the character that you bring to that each day. I'm grateful for the times I've had to sit down and look over numbers and budgets, and as exciting as that is, I was glad I was able to share that with you. We cannot express enough gratitude for the 33 years that you've given to public schools, particularly the 13 years that you've given to us. Like I said, it is great and is an honor to know that when somebody comes to do an audit, if you've ever been audited, I don't know anybody who smiles, but the folks that come here to audit us have a smile on their face because they know that everything that they're going to look at, they're going to get, it's going to be, and that they don't have any question. Extremely grateful for your friendship. My best to you and your family. When we say retire, there's a lot of people who drop tears and go through those moments, but it's only because of the joy that you have brought to us. I want to thank you.
So I'll keep it short and sweet because my fellow board members like to talk a lot. So, but I want to say thank you. I'm one of the newer members of the Board of Education, and your patience and kindness and willingness to take the time to explain things you've explained a million times. I can't thank you enough for that. We may not have known each other for a very long period of time, but my children have definitely benefited from the way you've set this district up for success. Set us up for success to continue long after you're gone. I hope you enjoy the time with your family, and I thank you for everything you've done for us.
Ms. Hass, if anyone in this room can really appreciate what you do, it's me. Because at one time, about, oh gosh, 30 years ago, I thought I wanted to be you. And I tried it for a couple of years, and I thought, get me the hell out of here. Because there's no way we could print enough money to do all the things we needed to do and juggle such a complex and complicated thing that school finance is. And I was wise enough to get back into a school building, and I've never regretted making that choice. Terry, I won't go back and reiterate what they've said, but the only thing I wanted to say is in that you are a CPA with a sense of humor. And to work amongst this class of this family, one has to have a sense of humor, but you also, because as someone told me once, in order to succeed, let's see, I'll get my quote wrong. Never mind. I usually get tongue-tied when I'm around Terry because she throws so many facts and figures that I just try to keep up. But she's serious when she needs to be. She has a sense of humor when she needs to be. And we will miss you. And that's not to say that you're irreplaceable because someone else is coming. I'm not sure they can take your place, but maybe they'll walk in your shoes for a while. And we'll see. Terry, thank you very much for all you've done. And remember, we know where you are when questions come up. Does she need to come forward?
Yes, if she would come forward.
Hope your next CFO is a little taller. It's just been an honor to be part of this wonderful family. It's bittersweet for me to retire and go home, but it's time. Every day being here and being part of this wonderful group. The staff has more than welcomed me, not just at the central office, but at all our schools. And it's just been a privilege to share time here with Mooresville. Y'all hold a special place in my heart, and you always will. And thank y'all so much for the very kind words that mean a lot to me right now, so thank you all.
Terry, before you get sat down, you have signed all those checks already, haven't you? Good, very good, thank you.
Next on our agenda is our Spotlight on People. And tonight we recognize a group that is often overlooked in public schools, but we wanted to shine a light on them and thank 7 extraordinary individuals in our district. They are so vital to our students every day, from administering medications to dealing with tummy aches, asthma attacks, fevers, falls, bumps, and bruises, and the list goes on and on. However, for the last year, they have also had the responsibility of dealing with. I can say I have no doubts that our school nurses have handled this pandemic and strongly that they are the best team of nurses in the state. I can also speak from firsthand experience to the thoroughness and care. I asked Ms. Tanae McLean, our Chief Communications Officer, to come up. She works very closely with our school nurses, especially during this time, and she's going to share some words and some comments from our principals.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney. So from Dr. Rogers at Parkview Elementary, Nurse Shannon's bedside manner and customer service is exceptional, and we are beyond lucky to have her professional experience and calm demeanor at phone with parents or following up on Class Dojo messages with parents. She is reassuring staff members whenever they reach out to her. I am so thankful that she has been by my side, helping me explain things to parents when I am making phone calls and keeping me updated on everything I need to jump in to help with anything to support our school. Dr. LaRusso had the following to say about Nurse Ashley Shane. Nurse Shane is an invaluable member of Rocky River. While she is always knowledgeable and job, and this year that has certainly taken to the forefront of how she spends her day, she is also a critical resource for our staff and students in tending to the well-being of each racer. She provides students and staff with wellness education, mindful activities, and caring for the social emotional needs of all. She is greatly appreciated. South Elementary School's Dr. Catone said, Nurse Rachel has been a wealth of knowledge during these times. She has also worked around the clock to be sure information is sent to staff and families in a timely manner. We so appreciate Nurse Rachel at South and don't know what we would have done without her during this whole pandemic. Thank you, Nurse Rachel. Your South family appreciates you. Dr. Pratt said the following about Nurse Simpson at MIS. We appreciate Nurse Simpson for her hard work and dedication to the students served at Mooresville Intermediate. She always provided guidance and care to make sure everyone was safe and healthy. Thank you, Nurse Simpson, for all you did and do. Ms. Evans shared that EMIS is lucky to have Ms. Johnson as their school nurse. And although this pandemic has been difficult for all staff and students, Ms. Johnson continues to rise to the occasion. She always works to become better and continue to grow. Thanks for all you do for us, Ms. Johnson. From Ms. Robinson at Dana is our own personal Wonder Woman. She goes above and beyond to meet the needs of our students and their parents. She keeps detailed nurses' notes and takes pride in ensuring MMS is following all safety protocols. She is willing to conduct training with staff and has really made our staff aware of how to deal with students' health concerns. She is comfortable speaking up, emailing staff, and speaking with administrators. We are blessed to have Nurse Dana at MMS. And Mr. Brown said these kind words about Nurse Ashley C. Mooresville High School, safety and success of our school during the first semester. She works day and night to ensure that contact tracing is completed to perfection. Her guidance has been timely and concise each time I've reached out to her for suggestions or requirements. Our athletic and band programs have worked hand in hand with our sports and band practices. She has consulted daily with administration to assure that any event we plan is done with all correct COVID protocols implemented. She is a key member of the MHS staff, and we can't show our appreciation enough for everything she's done to keep us safe during this most difficult of times. And for me, I would just like to say, as someone who has been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, my hat goes off to each of you ladies. The constant contact tracing, screenings, track, all of it on our staff and students. It's overwhelming, it's frustrating, and something nobody was prepared for. But each of you have handled it with so much grace. Whether it is spending a Saturday on the phone with one of you attempting to contact trace, or a Friday afternoon right before going home dealing with a new positive case, you have been amazing, responsive, and a source of support for me throughout this pandemic. MGSD is certainly fortunate to have this group of nurses every day, but I am even more blessed to be able to work closely with all of you throughout this pandemic. So thank you so much. And if you'd come down, we have a little something for you.
Each month, we also have the honor to recognize an employee who exhibits exceptional professionalism, quality of work, and dedication to our district and to those we serve with our Above and Beyond the Call of Duty Award. Tonight, we honor Ms. Rosie Marie Granda, a custodian at Mooresville Intermediate School. Ms. Granda was nominated by the MIS administrative team, and here's what they had to say about what she means to MIS. Ms. Granda is amazing, and we are thankful that she is part of our MIS family. Her contributions are vital as a member of the custodial team, and teachers often compliment her and notice the care she puts into ensuring classrooms are clean daily. She is self-confident and comes to work with a positive attitude each day. She is always courteous towards staff, students, and members of the community. She greets everyone each morning with a smile and a "How are you today?" She shows concern for others and is sensitive to the needs and feelings of all. Her positive attitude is contagious, and it practically lights up the room whenever she enters. She is passionate about her job. She embodies the characteristics of a hardworking employee, dependable, reliable, responsible, and always looking for ways to improve her skills. She is constantly exceeding expectations and happily accepts any task, however difficult it may be. She is proactive and does not wait until she is asked to make sure our building remains sanitized for the health and safety of all. Lastly, Ms. Granda works in collaboration with her team, fostering relationships and ultimately to achieve a common goal, meeting quality standards. She is generous with her time and expertise and is always willing to help her fellow custodians whenever and wherever she is needed. She is committed to the success of our school, our staff, and our students, and deserves this recognition and so much more. Please join me in honoring Ms. Granda as our ABCD Award recipient.
And before we go too much further, I would like to remind you that our next scheduled board meeting is March the 16th. That's a little bit later than usual because of the spring break. We don't typically meet during break time, so March the 16th, 6 o'clock in this room. Let's move along to our reports. Dr. Mooney.
Yes, we'll start off with our facilities and construction report with Dr. Royal.
Good evening, Mr. Hyatt, Dr. Mooney, members of the board. I have a few items to share tonight. As you can see on the agenda, I'll be back up here in a little bit to share a more in-depth report as far as our facilities and construction. But a few items, we want to mention that this week, February 8th through 12th, is Love the Bus Week in North Carolina. So a special shout out to all of our school bus drivers. Our schools are treating them this week to some special treats as appreciation for all of their hard work and dedication. So again, I'd just like to have just a shout out to all of our school bus drivers for all the hard work and their dedication, not only during the pandemic, but each and every day. An announcement for March, Severe Weather Week in North Carolina is scheduled for the first week of March. All of our schools will continue their safety drills, and included in that Severe Weather Week is a tornado drill in North Carolina. And lastly, we would like to report that our athletic programs are continuing to go fairly well at both Mooresville High School and Mooresville Middle School. One announcement from the middle school athletic department, April 7th.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Moving right along, Dr. Mooney, instructional report, Dr.
Yes.
Smith and Dr. Black.
Dr. Smith?
Thank you, Dr. Mooney, Mr. Hyatt, members of the board. I come to you first with a few comments from technology department that's saying they are still extremely busy. We have swapped out almost all of our laptops. I think at earlier count today, we were around 25 students that we still needed to get in to swap their machines, and all staff have been changed out. They are still offering drive-through service and technical support every day from 8 to 4 and answering lots of phone calls from our remote users. So they are very busy. From a curriculum and instruction standpoint, I wanted to share that curriculum and instruction, diversity, equity, and inclusion, MTSS, and EC Exceptional Children's are closely together for alignment and consistency across all different areas. As of that, we have all of our school administrators and our instructional coaches are reading the Culturally Responsive Teaching book and the Brain. And we're working on that with Ms. Caesar, our diversity, equity, and inclusion specialist. In a small group of folks, 3 administrators and 2 central office staff, and Ms. Caesar, who are doing a book study with the actual author of the book, Ms. Soretta Hammond. So that is ongoing work that we are doing to inspire and work to create equitable classrooms across the district. Our STARS pre-K program is getting ready to accept applications at the beginning of March. This is our program that we run at Rocky River for staff children, and we'll be accepting applications on that starting March 1st at 7:30 at the central office. Information will be coming out later this week to announce that to our staff. Kindergarten registration. It's going to look a little different this year. Kindergarten registration is going to be all online, much like we do our Power School registration for 1st through 12th grade, and our families have to do every year before we start school. We're going to do kindergarten that way. And then the data managers at the 3 elementary schools will reach out to the parents to schedule appointments to get copies of birth certificates and proofs of residence. And it's going to run through the month of March. And more information will be coming out about that next week as well. In addition, as you will remember, we had planned on doing a dual immersion program starting in kindergarten last year at all 3 of our elementary schools. And with the pandemic, that didn't happen. Our teachers couldn't get here from other countries. However, we are planning to do our dual immersion program this year in kindergarten and in 1st grade. So those students that were slated or who had selected to be in the program in kindergarten last year, they will start this year in 1st grade. We sent out a survey last Friday, and it's due this coming Friday, of those that got a spot last year. Do you still want your spot this year? And those will be in 1st grade this year. And then we have a meeting tomorrow with the elementary principals to start the interview process for the teachers that we're looking for 1st grade that are coming from other countries. Excuse me. In addition to that, the 3 teachers that were coming last year are still able to and planning to come this year, so they'll be in kindergarten. And we'll be hiring for those 3 1st grade teachers that are coming. From a K-6 instructional standpoint, Ms. Conley, our instructional coaches, our administrators are still working and adjusting and pivoting and working to teach our power standards and like what is the most important thing to teach that we're working through each week on our pacing and adjusting that to meet the needs of our students. So that's a continual process, and we're working through it as we go through every week of the plans. Believe it or not, we're also starting the discussions about summer planning and what kind of programs we're going to have this summer. A lot of that is still up in the air. We're not sure what DPI is going to require. They used to have a requirement for the 3rd grade Read to Achieve program, and we're not sure what that's going to look like yet, but we are starting to have those discussions about what summer planning might look like, and if we're able to do something in the summer for the intermediate schools. Dr. Black is looking at the same thing for middle and high schools. So those discussions are just getting started. And last but not least, I want to give a shout out to our school counselors. Our school counselors are doing so much in the schools to support our students, especially from a social-emotional standpoint. Our K-3 counselors especially have created a digital, social-emotional digital library for our teachers and our students and our parents. But all across the district, our counselors are doing digitally. We're working through all the different social-emotional lessons that we have with our programs running at the elementary and the secondary schools. So just want to give a huge shout out to our school counselors. And last week was School Counselor Appreciation Week. So Dr. Mooney, Mr. Hyatt, members of the board, that's all I have unless
I
there are
have one
any
question about dual immersion.
Yes.
If there are some students who opt out, do we have a waiting list of folks who can fill those slots?
There is a waiting list. We'll see what that list looks like because a couple of the programs were right at the max anyway. So, but we will look at that list when we, it's due this coming Friday, so then we'll take a look at that, absolutely.
Any other questions for Dr. Smith? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Black?
Thank you, Dr. Mooney. Mr. There are several things I want to talk to you about tonight from a secondary standpoint. Least of not is I want to echo what Dr. Smith just mentioned about the high school and middle school counselors as well. Again, sometimes they are the unsung heroes that in the schools are not seen publicly, but are truly doing a lot behind the scenes, and ours are no exception. Again, they have made lots of home visits to students, and again, you keep hearing in the news and other media how much social-emotional learning and how much social-emotional impacts have occurred to our students. Our counselors are our first line of defense on trying. They are working extremely hard to do that. So again, I'll just pay kudos to the counselors as well. I want to talk just a little bit about and spotlight a few things from the middle school. There are some things going on since we have been in our Plan B and we are under COVID that I felt like needed to be hit tonight. For example, the middle school had their awards program maybe a week or two ago, where they were able virtually to recognize students inside their classroom who had gone above and beyond. They recognized their students who had exceeded beyond measure. They also recognized their highest averages, just like they would in a normal school year. So they were able, even online, to recognize students inside of their classrooms via each teacher's class. The middle school also became one of the only, actually the only traditional middle school, and there is one other, I think, with a charter school, to start what is called, the Junior Excel Club. And again, if you maybe are familiar with other clubs around in like this Exchange Club, which partners with them very closely, but this is the first time that the middle school has partaken in a group that really focuses on community service. And again, the high school has always had those types of programs, but the middle school was the first, and they had their induction here in this room several weeks ago as well. Or no,
we had
sorry,
to do it virtually.
it was virtually a couple of weeks ago. Again, there are 16 members in that club, and they have already started doing their community service and hope to complete 6 community service projects within the year. So again, just kudos to the folks that made that happen at the middle school, again, providing some real meaningful life experience for our up-and-coming middle school students.
Dr. Black, I just have to add that they just completed their first service project and collected and packaged for the Gavin Sharp what you would call it? It's like a community hutch for people who are in need in the community, and they did just way beyond expectations. So kudos to the kids, and I think we're up to 19 or 20 now.
19 or 20, very good. Thank you. Also, I want to talk about a few meetups that the middle school created, some extracurricular activities at the middle school level. They're short for GRIT. Again, they had their first meetup about last week, and they're scheduled for 3 or 4 more throughout the course of this year. But they had a guest speaker when they met last week called Alyssa Carson. And Alyssa was the first person to complete the NASA Passport program and is currently training to travel to Mars in 2030. Again, we all talk about STEM programs, and we talk about the shortage out there of women in high technology jobs and other STEM-related jobs. And this particular group is set to just meet with a group of diverse young ladies who want to focus on career possibilities in the STEM field. So again, reaching out to another group of kids who may or may not have had that. Also, they have a sign language club that's going very well. Again, they're meeting regularly in a virtual setting. They also have a gaming club. Again, there are a lot of our students out there who now, probably more than ever, have had time to game. And so they are actually making this educational and talking about it from a school perspective as well as gaming. They also have an FCA club that meets virtually. It meets about every other week. And again, inspirational speak, how to handle yourself, how to approach the pandemic, and to become young adults. Again, very inspirational. I also have yoga clubs that have been going on virtually, and it's not one of those clubs where you have to be experienced in yoga. You didn't have to have any experience to be in this club. And so there are some students now taking part in yoga virtually as well. There are also some clubs in the media arts. There's clubs in the band, and there's clubs with drama and stage space. Again, just wanted to quickly review some of those meetups that our middle school has put together for our students again. Also, just wanted to briefly mention about the middle school. We have our data review session or meeting with them for the year coming up on Thursday. We also have NF Woods data meeting coming up on Wednesday. We had the high school about a week and a half ago. And then what I would like to also spotlight just briefly will be what we talked about last board meeting with our high school end of course exam. And so what I want to do is give you a brief overview of the EOCs. Again, while we're in the middle of a pandemic, it's not like we were speaking to the schools about the critically important part of doing well on the EOCs. We knew we were in the middle of a pandemic. We knew our teachers were working hard. What I think we got from the results of our EOCs will really bear out what we have been doing overall at the high school and the middle school as well, for that matter. But you have a packet that I placed in front of you, and it'll also be on the screen that will kind of review some of the information that I just briefly want to share. If you look at the historical EOC performance, again, 2018, 2019 was the last full year of EOC data that we had. Again, the fall of 2019, we had our fall EOCs, but then the pandemic hit shortly after, and we did not test in the spring of 2019. So we just completed the fall of 2020. And what I want to point out is that if you look across the board at biology, from 2017-18, where they were 70% proficient, 2018-19, the last full year, they were 52% proficient. But if you remember, we had a resequencing of biology beginning that year. So in 2018-19, there were no honors courses whatsoever. There were only our regular courses who tested. So about half the students tested. And then if you look at the fall of 19, when 18%, that was down to a final class of biology that was left in that resequencing organization of just some people who didn't complete, maybe some retake students. And again, it was 18%. And then you see the fall of 20, where they posted a 61% proficiency rate. And then what I have out beside of that for fall of 2020 projected, we use what's called EVOS to measure teachers' growth and students' growth. And so EVOS, which is Education Value Added Assessment System, gave us the data that says, okay, so these students should be proficient on your exam, or these students are not likely to be proficient, based on past tests and past scores that they had made. And so we found that we had a projected number of students of about 70%, and we were actually 61% proficient in the fall. English 2, the same way. I'm going to run through that quickly. Fall of 2019 was 81%, which, again, it's hard to judge just a semester because you can never tell what classes you have grouped, whether you have an inordinate amount of honors classes versus regular classes, et cetera. But nevertheless, 71% of our students scored proficient, and we were projected to have 70% of our students proficient. Math 1 is the other little anomaly that lays out there a little bit, in that you can tell in fall of 2019 we had 79% of our students proficient. Again, that was an outstanding number, and sometimes cohort has to do with that. But also, if you remember with Math 1, most of our Math 1 students actually take math in the middle school. And so those students actually now take the EOC in the middle school, and it counts toward the middle school proficiency and not the high school. So the only students when they get to the high school that are testing Math 1 are all of those students who did not take it in 8th grade, which are the more math-oriented type students. So even given that, the numbers dropped a bit to 42%, and there are a couple things that we talked about as the possibilities of why, even beyond that, why that may have happened. Number one, we have a transition year, and it's a huge transition from 8th grade to 9th grade. And we have a group of students who have never stepped in the high school. They never had a true high school orientation. So you have students who came to us, they're testing a high-stakes test, really for the first time. Now, they've always taken EOGs, but the EOGs do not have the same weight or the same oomph behind it as it does when it gets to the high school, because those count as grades. The state of North Carolina requires that in high school, end-of-course tested subjects count 20% of their course grade. There are no grades given, technically, up to that point. So I think that has a lot to do with it. Transition. I think it was the first truly high-stakes test, and then all students, again, who would have been in honors sections would have taken that at the middle school. So again, those are the reasons we kind of surmised that the Math 1 scores were a bit lower. But 42% scored proficient.
And Dr. Black, I would add also, we are seeing similar data at our earlier grades as well, particularly with math, which has traditionally been a stronger point for us at the lower grades. But we think it is very much due to the disruptions
that we were currently teaching under. And so I would open it up to any questions that you may have in regards to the EOC test at this time.
I'm just glad that you are analyzing the reasons for the dips. Personally, I think that we need to give everyone some grace given the situation that we've been in. I certainly hope the state sees it that way. And to your point, Dr. Mooney, I think that the inability to teach math concepts with manipulatives and the things that we are used to using in the classroom, that doesn't translate as well in a virtual environment.
Correct.
And some of the things that you have been talking about also tell me that our students who struggle some academically under normal circumstances have been even greater. They've been impacted in a much greater way. And I think that's something that we'll need to be looking at strategically as we look at summer programs and moving forward. But
absolutely, and that is a top priority for us to do that. Are there any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
If not, that concludes my report, Dr. Mooney.
Thank you, Dr. Black.
Next item on the agenda, Dr. Mooney, is Business Services Report.
All right, short timer.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney, Mr. Hyatt, members of the board. Last month, we did some work toward the financing package for Parkview and South Elementary. And I thought that at this point, we would have approval from the LGC, the Local Government Commission. However, in their due diligence, they have asked that we get firm bids before they will approve that project for us. So you will have another meeting in March, at the end of March, to approve those bids. And then in April, the LGC will approve that, and the financing will go through for that project. At your seats, I left you a packet of information per House Bill 75 from Session Law 2019. We are to report to you by February the 15th the school mental health support personnel report to share with you the categories and if there's been an increase or decrease in positions. I'll just go over the summary page, but the rest of the detail is there for you. If you'll flip over to page 4 of 18, I've highlighted Mooresville graded to reflect that The positions that they consider are our psychologists, our guidance counselors, our social workers, and our nurses. And as you can see, we've been able in this school year to increase the number of psychologists available to our students. We've also increased our guidance positions available to our students. We've increased our social worker by half a position, and we've maintained our 7 nurses, 1 for each school. So we've been very blessed to have all of those positions here within the Mooresville Graded School District. We still have work to do, but so do 114 other school districts across the state. And that concludes my report. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, Dr. Mooney, is Human Resources Report.
Yes, Dr. Medlock.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney, Mr. Hyatt, board members. We've had great beginning teacher and mentor meetings as we collectively are diving into the second semester of the 2021 school year. Be reflective of their instructional practice and are intentional about developing innovative ideas on how to best meet the needs of all of our students. The mentors have been doing a fantastic job. They've provided tremendous support to our beginning teachers. Even in the midst of this global pandemic, they've been documenting their coaching sessions and meeting with their beginning teachers either virtual or in person. Special thanks goes out to Ms. Latoya Caesar, who's our DEI specialist. She led the 3rd training sessions with our BTs and our mentors, and she's now connecting with them on a voluntary basis to provide virtual coaching. They're working individually on increasing the implementation of diverse, equitable, and inclusive instructional practices in the classroom. It is that time of year where we begin our recruiting season. We are trying to recruit the best and the brightest to the Mooresville Graded School District, and this year all of our recruitment fairs are being held on virtual platforms. That allows for us to have several MGSD staff representatives participate in the recruitment process. This year, our school and district leaders will be in attendance at the following virtual education recruitment fairs: UNC Wilmington, East Carolina University, UNC Greensboro, Appalachian State University, Campbell University, Elon, UNC Charlotte, and UNC Pembroke. We're looking forward to recruiting the best and the brightest, and if you have anyone that you would recommend, please feel free to have them forward their resume to me. We are having our spring substitute teacher training this Thursday, February 11th at 3:30 p.m. right here in the Performing Arts Center. We are hoping that we are going to have a great turnout for this training. We know that we need to beef up our substitute teaching staff, so if there are any substitutes that still need to be trained this year, please make sure that they are in attendance, or you can recommend them to me via email. And now it is time for our COVID staff reports update. Since our last board meeting on January 12th, 2021, we've had a total of 84 COVID-19 staff reports that have been made, bringing the total to 490 staff reports. That is approximately 70% of our entire staff in the district. Out of the 84 new COVID-19 reports, 43 of those reports are staff who were exposed to someone who was either symptomatic or tested positive. That brings the total number of our exposure cases to 315 out of 490 staff reports. So that's about 45% of our total staff. Out of the 84 new COVID-19 reports, 23 of those reports are where our staff members actually tested positive. That brings the total number of positive cases in our district to 105 out of 490 reports. That is now 15% of the total staff. A total of 84 staff members have had to quarantine since our last board meeting, and that brings the total quarantines in our district to 474. That's approximately 68% of our total staff. And that is all I have for you this evening.
Members of the board, do you have any questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, public communications report.
Yes, Ms. McLean.
Good evening, Dr. Mooney, Chairman Hyatt, and members of the board. I will start with our COVID update first for the student portion and actually for the entire district portion. So currently, right now, as of today at about 4 o'clock, we have 136 individuals quarantined, staff, and 111 are students. We have 98 who are being quarantined due to being a close contact. 15 of those are staff, and 73 are students. We have 23 being quarantined due to showing symptoms of COVID-19. 6 of those are staff, 17 are students, and we have 15 positive individuals. 4 of those are staff, and 11 of those are students. February 22nd, we will be having our Parent Advisory Committee and Teacher Advisory Committee meetings. Those will be virtual, and we are going to be sharing information about our DEI program and how we can get parents involved next year for the Parent Advisory Committee. And we'll also be going over construction updates, so we're excited about sharing some of the great things going on at those construction sites. I was honored, along with Ms. LaToya Caesar, our DEI specialist, to present at NCASBO. It was virtual, and we presented on focusing on the root of discrepancies in our public school systems. We did that February 2nd, and we will do that again on February 18th, and we had some really positive feedback. Just also so that you know, our MHS Diversity Ambassador students have been partnering with the Mooresville Public Library and holding courageous conversations for teens. The January topic was allyship when it comes to diversity and inclusion. And this Thursday, they will discuss the importance of celebrating Black history. So if you'd ever like to drop in on one of those Zooms and check it out, the information is posted on our district website, and then you can contact the library to kind of get the space. It's free. And finally, as the Vice Chair of the Mayor's Task Force for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, I'm proud to say that for Black History Month, we are featuring people within our community and their reflections on Black history. And on February 22nd, our own Mooresville High School Assistant Principal of the Year, Ms. Simone Graham, will be one of the people being featured. So she will be featured on the town's media outlets beginning February 22nd, and I'll also share that on the district social media outlets. So please keep your eye out for Ms. Graham. Are there any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mooney, time for the superintendent's report.
Yes, sir. One of the biggest points of information that I have to share tonight will come later in our meeting with our presentation of options related to our instructional offerings moving forward. Along those lines, though, I do know that providing vaccinations to our staff is of great concern for many of our staff members when considering increasing the time that we will be in the building with our students. And while there have been no official changes regarding moving school employees to a higher priority, the North Carolina School Superintendents Association did submit a formal request to Governor Cooper and his administration, along with the Department of Health and Human Services, to prioritize teachers and staff in Group 3 of the state's vaccination plan. I think this is an extremely important thing for the vaccinations to be available to district staff who are working in person with our students, and so I hope that this will create some interest around that and possible changes with the vaccination plan. And Mr. Hyatt, this concludes my initial report to the board, as we have quite a bit to get into.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney. Members of the board, we normally talk about board events and announcements, but because of COVID restrictions, there aren't too many opportunities for us right now. We do have a couple of board meetings listed and some other school events. Please consult the calendar that was given to you in your packet. That completes our staff reports, Dr. Mooney. The next item on the agenda is an approval requested of the revised MGSD Beginning Teacher Support Program.
Yes, sir. Dr. Medlock?
Thank you so much. You were presented the beginning teacher support plan that was revised so that it could be in alignment with our new policy. And it included the fact that our beginning teachers and our principals will have to complete a graduate survey. It basically assesses the effectiveness of our educator preparation programs. You have had an opportunity to read that portion, and I am asking tonight if that plan can be approved so that I can submit it to the state.
Members of the board, you've had an opportunity to review this plan. Now's the time to ask clarifying questions if you have them. Hearing no questions, is there a motion to approve the plan as presented?
So moved. Second.
All in,
Pepsi.
all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Dr. Medlock, thank you very much. You have a plan.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, Dr. Mooney, is facility construction presentation from Dr. Royal.
Yes, Dr. Royal.
Good evening again, Mr. Hyatt, Dr. Mooney, members of the board. I'm very excited this evening to give a formal presentation on our facilities and construction projects going on in MGSD. I provided you with a digital copy last week. Ms. Martinez sent that with the board report, but then I did give you an up-to-date version on your tables, and I'll be going through that slideshow here this evening. Before we get started with our construction projects, I do want to give an update on the 2020-21 DPI Facilities Needs Survey. This is a survey that is conducted every 5 years for each district in North Carolina. So Mr. Martin and I had the privilege to fill out this survey, which is an extensive look at all of our facilities, the needs that we'll have over the next 5 to 10 years, and we submit that to the state. Again, they examine the current facilities versus our projected needs. They also estimate the cost of renovations and or new construction projects, a formula that DPI has for spending. The survey results are shared with the Mooresville Graded School District Board of Education and also the Iredell County Commissioners. And just prior to this meeting this evening, I did receive the signed letter from Commissioner Chairman Mallory. And so the Iredell County Commissioners do approve of our survey results that are submitted to DPI. What did the survey results reveal? Without getting too in-depth into the survey, and I can provide a copy of those for you if you'd like, but it did show that our capacity needs will be relieved when Selma Burke Middle School opens and the grade reconfiguration occurs. So we were very excited that the data backs up what we are doing and what we're moving forward with in MGSD. Another positive note from the survey, it does show based on their formula, the budgets that we are operating under for both the renovations at Parkview and South as well as Selma Burke Middle School are aligned with their calculations from the state. So again, very anxious and excited to send that survey in and check that off the list. Again, that's a task that is completed every 5 years across the state. Any questions before I move forward to the construction and renovation projects? Okay. I think that yellow screen has everyone's attention there. We do have 2 construction projects. Really, it's 3, but we do have Parkview and South are undergoing some renovations as well as an addition on each campus. And that includes an upgrade to our HVAC system, kitchen and dining areas in both Parkview and South, as well as a new gymatorium. That new gymatorium space is modeled after the gymatorium that we have at Rocky River. And so we will be having all 3 of our elementary schools have comparable facilities as well as upgraded systems in dining and kitchen areas. In addition to the renovations, we have our new construction, which you're very familiar with, Selma Burke Middle School, be located out on Reinhardt Road. And so again, we have 2 projects, but really involving 3 schools if you look at it that way. So first, I'll start with Parkview and South. Just wanted to show the partnership that we have here. Remember, for Parkview and South, we are using the delivery method known as a design build. And so we're working with Performance Services. And the architect on the project is a firm out of Charlotte, McMillan, Pazin, and Smith. And then the builders are local here in Iredell County. GL Wilson will be our contractors. I'll give some quick overviews of the floor plans for both Parkview and South, as well as an exterior rendering These designs are pretty much solidified for both Parkview and South. We're still tweaking a few of the details here, but you'll see Parkview as well as South when I get to that in a few slides. The gymatorium is pretty much identical. And for the location here for Parkview, this is actually going to be on the lower parking lot. If you're standing in the parking lot, you'll see a view here, and I'll show that to you in a couple slides. That gymatorium is actually on one of their playgrounds right now. So we will be relocating the playgrounds, still providing the playground opportunities for our students and staff, as well as adequate green space for them for recess, PE, and other activities. Again, we've modeled these gyms as far as capacity, size, features after our gymnasium at Rocky River. These are going to be significant upgrades to the gym facilities that they currently have at Parkview and South, because they'll add a stage area, and they'll also, the gym floor itself will be one would consider a traditional wooden gym floor. Seating capacity as well as that's comparable to Rocky River. On the right, it says physical education. We will actually be cutting a hole in that wall and opening up a doorway, and so that will expand the dining into the current gym from Parkview. So again, adding quite a bit more seating to help with the capacity needs at Parkview. This is an artist rendering, obviously, of the exterior of the entrance. Again, this would be coming down from that staff parking lot off Oak Street. And so the existing building is kind of that grayed out building. Again, this will connect there where the current playground is, and the playground will be repositioned to sit behind this building. So that's one rendering. Next, I'll move to the south floor plan. Again, if you take this gymnasium and place it just directly on top of the Parkview Gymnasium, they're going to be just about identical. This gymnasium here will be located on top of the current staff parking lot. You can see there the kitchen area is going to be in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, and I'll get into the kitchen and dining area renovations here in just a second. But again, you'll have the BASP office, you'll have your stage, bleachers, they'll be able to have a whole school assembly. We'll have the restrooms out front. And the awning is in the bottom of the page there, or the bottom of the screen, with the circle cut out. That tree is there. That awning will remain. And so you can see where the location of South will be. And you can see kind of in the right-hand side of that drawing, we do have our buses loaded there. And obviously with both of our South and Parkview projects, we do understand some obstacles with being landlocked and rerouting bus traffic, car rider traffic. And obviously the architects and builders are well aware of that obstacle. This is the floor plan for the kitchen and dining area expansion for South. And on the right-hand side, you can see the kitchen area. It's actually going to come out into the current dining area. And the current dining area then is going to take over the entire old gymnasium on the far left. So again, the dining area is going to more than double in size, as well as keeps most of the current existing dining area as well. And so again, very excited to be able to provide not only kitchen upgrades, but also adds capacity in both dining areas for Parkview and South. Here's an exterior rendering of South Elementary School. So you can see on the left-hand side of the picture that current, from an architectural standpoint, trying to keep the facade and the general overall look of South. And again, the bus lot and staff parking lot will be shifted there. It's kind of on the right-hand side of the screen. It will move closer to Magnolia Street than it currently sits. And a timeline, I want to provide a timeline for everyone for Parkview and South. The bids are due March 17th. We're scheduled to break ground on both campuses sometime in April of 21. And project completion, total completion, will be February of 22. They are hoping for a December, January completion, but obviously we'll have a punch list and complete that project to fine tune. But again, scheduled for February of 22 at the current time. All right. Next, we'll move on to Selma Burke Middle School. In this project, we are doing a CM at risk, a construction manager at risk delivery method. And you can see on either your page or the screen, we are announcing this evening the mascot for Selma Burke Middle School will be the Bears. And we will be black and gold for the school colors. So the Selma Burke Bears. We are using Barnhill Contracting Company as our CM at risk, and LS3P as the architect group, again out of Charlotte. Very excited to work with this group, very pleased with their hard work and dedication, and really their research, not only on Selma Burke and her contributions, but also their research on the town of Mooresville. So we're very excited to work with this group. Here's an overall floor plan. I'm not going to go into great detail on every single room here, but just to give you a quick idea, this will be a 2-story middle school. There will be one wing in the upper right-hand corner. The upper right-hand corner is the 7th grade wing, those green classrooms, and then directly above that, which will be on the next slide, that will be the 8th grade wing. So there will be a 2-story level there, just again in the upper right-hand corner. Remember, we will have a grade reconfiguration. So the green classrooms in the upper left-hand corner will be our 6th grade hallway. So we'll have 6th and 7th on the first floor. 8th grade will be separated on the top floor as far as their core classrooms. You can see the light green area in the middle there is our media center. As you come through the front doors at the top center, you'd walk in and see a grand entrance of the media center. You can split off to the left and the right. As you move down the page from the center, you see that grayish blue color. That will be our performing arts and our visual arts classrooms. We have our dance classroom on the left. Down below that would be our art classroom. The large classroom there to the right is our band classroom, and then we also have chorus there already designated. Again, continuing down the center of the page, the purple area, the dark purple is the kitchen, and the light purple would be our dining area, the cafeteria. On the right-hand side towards the bottom, the pinkish color classrooms are a lot of our CTE and elective classrooms. And then on the far left on the bottom would be the athletic area. We will have a full gymnasium, almost 1,000 seats in the bleachers, and then we will have an auxiliary gym in the kind of the upper left orange there. Again, here's a second floor plan. That is our 8th grade wing, again above the 7th grade there in the upper right-hand corner. Obviously, we'll have 2 stairwells and then an elevator in that facility. I have 3 pictures of the exterior as far as architectural renderings of Selma Burke Middle School. Again, this is located off Reinhardt Road. This is a rendering of our front doors. This will be car rider drop-off, pickup. We'll have the awning that covers the front doors. And again, you can see on the left-hand side there, that would be the 2-story portion of the building. On the far right, it is 1 story. And so you can just kind of get an idea of what that'll look like from the front. This is a view here from the west side. And so right in front of you to the left would be the 6th grade classroom wing. And then the back right, you can see the auxiliary gym has the words Selma Burke Middle School on the exterior. And then the athletic entrance would be down to the right. And you would see the gym kind of there in the background. And then you very faintly off in the distance, you can see the track and field as well as the stadium. And here's a view from the south side of the campus. That would be the loading dock for the kitchen area directly in the center, the dining area just to the left of that, and again, we would have the gymnasium far left with the windows that you can see on that facade. Just kind of gives you an aerial view of the backside as well as the track and field and the stadium. The campus layout, I'll try to go through this pretty quickly. Again, this is a black and white drawing here, so I've tried to do some highlighting for you so that you can kind of get an idea of where you are and where each of the components of the campus are laid out. So the actual middle school itself, you can see here. We just went over those floor drawings. So the middle school sits right directly off Reinhardt. We'll have 2 entrances. The car rider and main entrance will be on the west side of Reinhardt Road, and the bus entrance will be at the northern side of Reinhardt Road. We have 2 parking lots. Obviously, the larger parking lot will be mainly for our visitors. The back parking lot, or to the right, will be for our buses, as well as some of our cafeteria and other staff members. Tennis courts will be right there. We have right now slated for 4, and we'll have space for 6. We have a PE and practice field, an auxiliary field there to the left of the parking lot. Our track and field and stadium will sit down just below the back end of the school. Our softball field will be tiered down from the stadium. And then our baseball field will be just up that service road as well. And so again, the campus and the building itself, we're finalizing the design phase. We're meeting almost on a daily basis to finalize those plans. So again, the timeline for Selma Burke Middle School, the bids will be due in July, mid-July. Break ground in August of 1. And the school is projected to complete sometime in July, in the fall of 23. I want to give a huge shout out. This has been an exciting process in many ways. It's also been a learning process and some opportunities for growth and character development, as Ms. Hass says. But would like to publicly thank our MGSD exec team for adding their input, giving guidance, as well as David Martin. I think he's been on just about every Zoom call and every meeting with me, so thank David. Also, some of our directors who have been directly involved in the calls and the planning, Kim McCall and Mooney, Cindy Carricker. And then also the staffs from each of our schools from a K-6 standpoint, as well as our middle school. Special shout out to Ms. Robinson and her staff. Again, I think Ayan has been in just about every meeting with us as well. So kudos and hats off to everybody for their input and their feedback. It's very much appreciative, and the design teams are very appreciative of the input as well. So just a public thank you to everyone for their assistance in the process as we continue down this journey. Any questions?
Just one. I know that there are recommendations in terms of the orientation of baseball and softball fields and football fields. Son into consideration, was that done here?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Obviously, with the architects of the design, David Martin having background in baseball and softball, yes, ma'am.
Doctor, can you go in a little bit about the safety features for the new middle school? I assume that those were placed in.
Yep, we're still working on that process, but as in all of our campuses, we'll have security cameras, not only inside the building, outside the building, exterior lighting, so that we can be sure that we have walkways that are safe, parking lots that are safe, also badge access control, so that we can control which doors and put them on a timer so that staff members can come in and out, like we have at all of our campuses.
Thank you.
And in
Yes, sir.
terms of the gymnasiums for all three campuses, they will be set up in a way that if the public is using it, the rec department or whomever, access to the rest of the building will be cut off?
Correct,
Okay.
yes, ma'am. They'll be open so that we can open them to an outside source just for the weekend, and they won't be able to access the rest of the building.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Dr. Royal?
Just curious, as far as just something out there way in the future, but future expansion in case we needed more room, does the middle school lend itself to that, to expansion?
As far as adding on to Selma Burke Middle School?
Yeah.
Yes, we do have, if we came off the sixth grade wing, would be that direction, as well as kind of just north of the athletic wing would be I guess the preferred location for expansion, but we did look at that. We also have looked at plans for the lot itself, for a future elementary school if the need arises. And so we do have some forward thinking in that area as well.
Very good.
Other questions for Dr. Royal? A very ambitious project. You've got your hands full for a while, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Mooney, next item, looking at some board policies for approval.
Yes, Ms. Hass.
Dr. Mooney, Mr. Hyatt, members of the board, tonight I bring to you for approval and second reading two board policies. As we discuss each time, the North Carolina School Boards Association assists us in preparing our policies and reviewing them to make sure that we're meeting all the rules and regulations and laws that we should be meeting. So tonight I bring to you these final two of the fall series for approval.
Members of the board, these were presented last month, and you've had a chance to review them and ask pertinent questions of Ms. Hass if necessary. Are there any questions remaining at this time? Then is there a motion to approve these two board policies as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, Ms. Hass, your policies have been approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I can say, whoop, whoop, last policies, whoop, whoop.
And don't get too excited
I know,
because
sorry.
we're going to move along to another interesting part of the agenda. The next item on the agenda is approval of proposed 2021-2022 budget. Ms. Hass?
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt, Dr. Mooney, members of the board. First, I would like to say thank you to each of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to come meet with myself and Ms. Davis as we reviewed this with you. As always, our proposed budget is just that, it's proposed and it's subject to change. At this time, the General Assembly is back in session. However, they've not begun their budget talks at this time, so we don't have any preliminary information from them with which to do this proposed budget. But the county, as always, and as they have in the past, have asked that we present this to them by March the 10th. So we are presenting it to you tonight for your approval. And then once the state approves their budget, once the county approves their funding, then we will bring to you the adopted budget for approval by October 15th. So at this time, just briefly, I will go over some of the key points that are in this budget. Again, we had to make some assumptions as we did this, and so we assumed potentially a 3% across the board raise for staff, a 2% increase in retirement, and a $200 a year increase in the health insurance. That was across the board for all of the local current expense budget. Our streaming looked at also, as we talked about earlier, the dual immersion program being part of what we're doing with the 21-22 school year. So we did take that into consideration as we looked at this. Last year, we adopted a memorandum of understanding with the county. So therefore, we do know what the county is looking at funding us for current expense increase, and that is reflected in this budget. At this time, we really don't have a lot of other increases in our current expense budget. Again, once the state plans their budget and we know how that impacts us, we will look again at this budget to see what changes need to be made. The other item that is in here for your approval is our capital outlay budget. The appropriation from the county reflects the same amount we received this year. At this time, they've not determined what our appropriation will be for 21-22. This also includes the debt financing for the loan that we will accrue when we do the Parkview and South project, as well as other projects that Mr. Martin and Dr. Royal have reviewed that are necessary to maintain our facilities for the upcoming year. The other item that's in here is our public safety funds. The county has designated public safety funds for us. Next year, we would request that those would be used for cameras at the high school classrooms, as well as some lighting at Mooresville Intermediate. And then the last pages are informational for the county so that they see where we are. It's our fund balance history for the last 10 to 11 years, both current expense and capital outlay, and a 5-year history of our revenue by fund. So at this time, I'll be glad to answer any other questions that you may have about this.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Ms. Hass? Just so the folks in the audience understand, this is not the first time we've seen this document. We've each had a chance to sit down with Ms. Hass and look at this line by line and concept by concept. It is a proposal. It is early in the budget season, as you've heard. Through the process of amendments, this plan of spending will be modified as the year unfolds. And at this time, Ms. Hass, do you need approval proposal?
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, is there a motion to approve the proposed budget?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I love the enthusiasm. Any opposed? Ms. Hass, one more budget you have. Thank you very much for your work on our behalf. And while we're talking about budgets, we'll come back to this year, and we talked about amendments. We have some budget amendments to approve, so would you share with us the specifics of those?
Thank you again, Mr. Hyatt, Dr. Rooney, members of the board. As I said, our budget is not written in stone. We do change it based on what is happening, and it does change during the year. We get additional allocations from the state. We get additional federal allocations as well as local funds. So tonight I bring to you a series of budget amendments. The first one, and if I can do it all as a group as we usually do. The first one is a budget amendment for the State Public School Fund, increasing $3,326,083. If you flip to the second page after that, you'll see a lot of detail of showing that, the increases. Some of them are ABC transfers. A lot of it is the CARES funds that we received from the state that were for specific items, whether it be our summer learning program, our non-digital resources, student computers, community Wi-Fi. Those funds were part of that increase. The second amendment you see is not a dollar increase, but it does change within the purpose codes. And as you adopt your budget by purpose, then we are required to bring back to you when we make changes within that purpose code. So while there were no increases in funds, there were some shifts within the purpose codes, and which then resulted also in some shifts within the different program report codes, the pots of money that we have for local current expense. The next one is federal programs. It was an increase of $95,006. If you flip to the next page, you'll see the increases were from our, for the old term, the VOCED, the CTE program improvement. Our McKinney-Vento grant was approved. There was a slight decrease in the carryover for our improving teacher quality, a slight increase in our educational tech competitive grant carryover, and then new funds from the state, the URSA digital curriculum funds were approved, as well as the Canvas learning system funds were approved. The final amendment is for our Fund 8, our other local fund, an increase of $48,799 from a variety of revenue sources, one of which was our CTE program received a $5,000 grant for their CubeSat grant. We also received some indirect costs and some donations, which allowed us to buy a new box truck for school nutrition. And I think a lot of the exec team will second the motion that we certainly needed a new box truck after we utilized it this summer, moving coolers around, and so that was a much needed item. If the board would so approve, we wish approval on these amendments.
Members of the board, you've heard the presentation on budget amendments. Do you have any additional questions? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve these amendments as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ms. Hass, your budget amendments are approved. Thank you very much. Next item on my agenda, Dr. Mooney, is a presentation of school reopening options.
You get to proceed, or do you like a point of personal privilege, or?
Well, those of us at a certain age from time to time need a point of personal privilege, which means we need to go to the restroom. And this might be a good opportunity to do that before we go forward. I promise you we'll only be a few minutes. We've got some pretty heavy stuff that we need to consider, and I'm sure that's why a lot of you are with us this evening. So please use the opportunity to go to the restrooms out in the hallway, but be quick and come back so we can continue with the budget, the business of the evening. So we'll stand adjourned for just a few minutes.
Out of the tree of life, I just picked me a plum. You came along and everything started in to hum. Still, it's a real good bet, the best is yet to come. Best is yet to come, and babe, won't that be fine? You think you've seen the sun, but you ain't seen it shine. Wait till the warm-up's underway. Wait till our lips have met. And wait till you see that sunshine day. You ain't seen nothing yet. The best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? Best is yet to come, come the day you're mine. come the day you're mine. I'm gonna teach you to fly. We've only tasted the wine. We're gonna drain the cup dry. Wait till your charms are ripe for these arms to surround. You think you've flown before, but baby, you ain't left the ground. Wait till you're locked in my embrace. Wait till I draw you near. Wait till you see that sunshine place. Ain't nothing like it here. The best is yet to come, and babe, won't it be fine? The best is yet to come, come the day you're mine. Come the day you're mine, and you're gonna be mine. You make me feel so young. You make me feel so spring has sprung. And every time I see you grin, I'm such a happy individual. The moment that you speak, I wanna go play hide and seek. I wanna go and bounce the moon just like a toy balloon. You and I are just like a couple of tots running across a meadow, picking up lots of forget-me-nots. You make me feel so young. You make me feel there are songs to be sung, bells to be rung, and a wonderful fling to be flung. And even when I'm old and gray, I'm gonna feel the way I do today, 'cause you make me feel so young. You make me feel so young. You make me feel so spring has sprung. And every time I see you grin, I'm such a happy
If I may call you back to order, please. Thank you very much for your consideration. Dr. Mooney, the next item on the agenda is presentation of school reopening options.
Yes, Mr. Hyatt, members of the board, as many of you are aware, Governor Cooper's press conference last week, along with the introduction of Senate Bill 37, have laid out some opportunities for school districts to evaluate their current learning plans. And, as you know, our board voted to move to our current plan through the end of the third quarter. And during the last portion, or last several months while we've been in the third quarter, we've been consistently monitoring our data to determine what, if any, adjustments need to be made moving forward. And with that in mind, tonight our team is going to thoroughly review 3 options for the board to consider for our learning plan moving forward. There are a couple of important factors to keep in mind while we review these options. Dr. Smith, if you'd move to the 612 safety limitations. The first thing that we need to keep in mind, as will be reflected in all of these options that we present, is that we still must adhere to the safety limitations and guidelines that the state has put forward. These were not relaxed by the state and are still in place. Specifically, those are masking, hygiene practices, and social distancing. While the 6 feet social distancing is not required in K through 5th grades, it is still mandated in grades 6 through 12 whenever students are what they call stationary. So that means when they are in their classrooms, in the cafeteria, standing in line, etc., that we must maintain the 6-foot social distancing at all times for our 6th through 12th grade students. So as a result of the social distancing requirement in grades 6 through 12, we will have to limit capacity in our 6th grade classrooms at our intermediate schools, the 7th and 8th grade classrooms at our middle school, and in our 9 through 12th grade classrooms at our high school on a daily basis. So basically, board, what this means is that we cannot have 100% of our 6th through 12th grade students on campus 5 days a week and comply with the state requirements. So that's one thing to remember. Also, based upon these safety requirements, if the board decides to bring our 6th through 12th grade students back on campus more than we currently are offering, at this point, we do not know how many days a week our students will be able to attend in-person, in-building learning. And the reason for that is that we will not have this information until we send out a request to our students and parents to select the learning plan that they wish to follow for the remainder of the school year. Meaning we will send out something to our parents that will say, do you want to participate in the in-person, in-building learning, or do you want to remain fully virtual? And based upon that information, that will be a binding commitment from our families. Then we'll be able to see, okay, this is how many students in grades 6 through 12 who want to come back in person, in building for the remainder of the school year. And then once we have that information, we will be able to determine how many cohorts we need to create for our 6th through 12th grade students. Is it we have, just whatever percent? So I would anticipate that what we will have, now this is, purely, we don't have the information yet, but I would anticipate that we would be able to have our 6th through 12th grade students either in person 1 to 2 days per week for in-person, in-building learning. But that, once again, that is not in stone. It will depend upon how many students opt to come into the school building on a regular basis each week. So that's another thing to remember.
Well, that kind of sets up a chicken and egg proposition for us, because families understand not throwing out the options until think. But by the same token, it's hard for us to make a decision concerning that when we don't know what the options could look like, because just 1 day a week might not be something that I personally would be in favor of, but more than that I would. So,
right. Yes, I understand that, but it's hard to get that information, because I know that a lot of our parents will also want to know what do the options look like, what is the in-person, in-building teaching going to be, and that kind of thing. And so I think that there could be, based on some of the data that we'll present, I think there is a fair chance for at least for 2 days in person. But once again, I cannot guarantee. We just do not have that information at this
Dr.
point.
Mooney, for a second, like if we're going to shift, you're going to shift. If you believe that you want your kid back into a classroom, you'll take 1 day. If you've had none, I would assume that you'd be happy to have 1 day versus no days whatsoever. So
Gotcha.
I personally really do prefer, I don't know, I hope we're able to figure out a way to get more than 2, more than 1, but I do understand that it is definitely just a numbers-based decision. There's nothing else to it other than square footage and number of children, but something would be better than nothing.
Right. On the next slide, it says, how can we address the safety concerns? This is just important to remember that, our class sizes at 6 through 12, once again, social distancing will be maintained in our buildings for 6 through 12. While podding is not possible, kind of like we've done at our intermediate schools in 4th and 5th grade for the 3rd quarter, while that is not possible at grades 7 through 12 because of the multiple class changes that our students go to, and you're in class for your first period or first block with a certain number of kids, and then your second block is is a significantly different set of students, and so podding is not possible. We can control the cohort sizes, how many kids are on campus each day, and of course, masking will be enforced. For high-risk students, we will offer the remote option, and that we will ask, for a commitment, like I said earlier, from our families of in-person, in-building, or to remain on the remote model, and that will be a binding commitment for the remainder of the school year.
Dr. Moody, depending on the number of sixth grade students who choose to remain virtual, then we could do podding at sixth grade, could we not?
It would be possible, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good point, Dr. Marsh. For high-risk staff, additional personal protective equipment can be made available, and sanitizing will be provided as best we can offer. Other options may be considered upon written requests, but ultimately what's going to determine that as far as our staff is concerned is how many students that we have who are in person in the building, and to be able to maintain the services that we need to provide for those students. And then, of course, I mentioned this earlier about vaccinations for K-12 teachers and all school staff. We understand that, and we have been advocating for this with our county manager, our county health department. Like I mentioned earlier, the North Carolina Superintendents Association with Governor Cooper, and this has been something that we have been advocating for at the state and local level, and hopefully we'll see that possibility move forward soon for our staff. And Dr. Smith, the last one. And then what you see there, the last point that I have before we get to the review of the options, is just a terminology clarification. What you'll hear throughout the presentations is something called face-to-face remote, which means that students are receiving live synchronous instruction from their teacher or another staff member via the computer. Now, this could be in the classroom, or it could be in your home, but it's when the information that the student is receiving, and you'll understand that a little bit better as we get into the presentations, it's where the teacher and you are receiving the information from the teacher via the computer. The other option is face-to-face, in-building, in-person learning, and that means that the student is receiving the live instruction from their teacher while in person in the school building. That's what face-to-face, in-building means. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Smith and our members of our exec team and our curriculum coordinators to review 3 options for you. So with that, Dr. Smith, proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Mooney. At this time, I'm going to review option 1, which is our current situation. This is where we are right now across the board. In K3, we are in an AABB model where we have 2 days in the building. We are socially distanced, 1 virtual day with the whole class. And then K3, since we have instructional assistants at K3, they are able to remote in with that teacher assistant when their kids are at home those other 2 days. 4-5, 2 days in the building with the cohort, not necessarily socially distant, but we are podded. And they have 1 virtual day with their whole course. 6-12. We have 4 days per week, live virtual instruction over the computer, and 1 optional day in the building per month on average, and that's by invitation on a Wednesday. So looking at that K-5 option overview, again, it's that 2 days and 3 days a week synchronous instruction or face-to-face. Wednesdays would remain the way they are right now with having that face-to-face remote for all cohorts. K3, out of the 3 days a week of the synchronous face-to-face remote would be with a teacher assistant. And then 4-5, they're working on independent work and participating in synchronous check-ins, social emotional curriculum, et cetera. Again, this is what we're currently doing in K-5. What's working in the option that we have right now in K-5? What's working? Small cohort sizes. This is enabling our teachers to build relationships with the kids and have a sense of community. Those smaller cohorts have really helped. Knock on wood, it's also helped with discipline. Teachers are also able to provide engaging and targeted instruction for students, and they're able to move through the content a little bit faster with the smaller groups. Our K-3 instructional assistants have been amazing. I mentioned this at the last board meeting, but they're able, since we've issued them a computer, they're able to remote in with the kids. They're able to spiral review. They're working with Sanford Harmony, which is our social emotional curriculum for the remote students. So that's been a great blessing for them to be able to do that. Our 4-5 school support staff, our counselors and others in the school, they're providing the Sanford Harmony, which is our social emotional curriculum for our remote students. Students are able to socially distance K-3, and then as Dr. Mooney mentioned and we said earlier, we are able to pod in 4th and 5th grade to limited exposures. And we have had issues where we've had to quarantine some students, and luckily with that model, it's not the whole class. It keeps those numbers down. We do have our exceptional children students are attending 2 to 4 days a week with a face-to-face small group or first focus on their IEP goals, and that really is dependent upon their IEP and their remote learning contingency plan. Did I say that right, Dr. Albert? All right, good. Very good. Okay, 6th grade. What's our current situation in this overview? This is the 4 days of face-to-face remote instruction with all of our learners. It's 2 hours a day that students are on the computer with their teacher. They're attending math and reading each day for 4 days a week. Each class is an hour long with a 15-minute break in between, and then students have 2 to 3 total hours of independent work out synchronously on their own. We do have the optional Win Wednesday, where we're inviting approximately 25% of our students in. And in talking with Dr. Pratt and Ms. Evans, we have anywhere from 70 to 95% of the kids that we invite actually come in on those Win Wednesdays. When they're there, they're receiving hands-on learning, extra help with current lessons. They're working on, to catch up on asynchronous work or opportunities for social interaction. There is no new instruction on Wednesdays. Again, most students are invited about 1 day a month, and then some of our EC students, again, depending on their IEP and RLPC, attend more frequent. Students at home are working on those independent assignments. In terms of academic achievement for 6th grade, we are seeing that our teachers are doing amazing work. They are doing engaging, collaborative, and interactive instruction. We are limiting those out-of-class assignments so that most of the work is done in class when they're with the teacher and we can offer support. We are having time to build those relationships with students and with high-frequency classes, meeting all 4 days a week. We're prioritizing instructional content, as I said earlier in my board report, hitting those power standards and to make sure we're addressing the specific things that we need to because of that shorter instructional day. Targeted instruction for students who are invited on that Win Wednesday. So we're looking at our remediation, enrichment, small group, anything we can to help support kids for that extra stuff that they may need. We did have our first and second NC check-ins. These were our benchmark assessments, and it was on par with previous year. As Dr. Mooney mentioned earlier, it was slightly lower in math. We did see that. But otherwise, it's close to on par as we were in years past. From a social emotional standpoint, the daily check-in opportunities with pre-recorded enhancements, clubs, tutoring, in addition to seeing their teacher, that's been great for the kids to be able to connect. They are connecting with those teachers 4 days a week at minimum, and then that optional Wednesday. Our teens and tweens, and throughout middle school and high school, they crave social connection, and they're receiving it even if it's virtual. We have learned that students depend on these with their teachers, and seeing students more frequently this fall versus last spring has really been a celebration. That as much interaction as we can has been really important. So we are trying to limit asynchronous day to no more than one has been beneficial to check in with students. And again, we've implemented the social emotional curriculum. We're addressing diversity and inclusion, empathy, critical thinking, communication, problem solving, and peer relationships.
Are all of the enhancements pre-recorded at both schools?
No. For remote students?
Well, for all the grades, but for 6th grade?
No. No. It's a combination.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Black for continuation of option one.
Can we stop there before we move on to the next grade level? Just for a second?
Sure.
Sorry. I would like to ask just a little bit about attendance with regard to K-3 on their asynchronous days. I'd like to know maybe a little bit about how often these kids are showing up on their asynchronous days when they're supposed to check in with their teacher assistants. That's the first question I have. It also goes along the lines of 4-5, a little bit about attendance to that SEL day. How successful is it? I mean, that's not a mandatory thing, it's highly suggested. Are those kids signing in or not?
I'm going to defer to one of our principals if they would like to. I'll pick on you, Dr. LaRussa. Yeah, come on up here. Come on up.
And really what I'm looking for really is are those kids coming to your teacher assistants on the day they're not in the building? Are they taking the initiative to sign in? And
Yeah, Dr. LaRussa, if you come to the mic, so.
I'm sorry I don't have the statistics exactly in front of me, but I certainly can give you a good understanding of what's happening on those asynchronous days. First of all, the attendance is surprisingly very good. We do have teacher assistants who will quickly follow up with a student. If they don't attend, they'll call parents, they'll check in. The teacher also will do the same. I will do the same as well. If we have a student who's not attending the meets for some reason, we'll reach out. Do you need a hotspot? Do you need is a connectivity issue? Are you having to go to grandparents, during the day? So when those situations come up, we try our best to troubleshoot them. I also think because they're back in the building 2 days a week, every week, they're able to touch base with the kids quickly. I don't have a day or two where they don't attend. But I don't have the exact numbers.
Okay.
Is that true at the other schools as well?
We're getting thumbs up from the other principals, yes.
And the SEL meetings on 4-5 level, I think, to the intermediate schools, are you seeing a high number of kiddos show up? I know it's a 20-minute type of, at least at MIS, it's a 20-minute type of situation. So.
Right. I'll let Ms. Evans answer that question.
Hi, good evening. As you know, East Mooresville Intermediate School is kind of split. We're running 2 schools simultaneously, so our attendance for asynchronous work with 4th and 5th grade looks very different than that of 6th grade. As 6th grade is 100% virtual, they have a little bit more accountability seeing their teacher live 4 days a week, so they're honestly completing much more asynchronous work than our 4th and 5th grade students. However, if our 4th and 5th grade students are not completing their asynchronous work on the days they are learning from home, we are holding them accountable when they return to that building the next 2 days.
But I'm talking about those check-ins, those SEL check-ins, where you have to log on and meet with the counselor, the specific SEL check-in. Are you having those kids, I mean, I know one, for example, starts at 9 o'clock in the morning, it's 20 minutes. Are you seeing a large amount of the kids show up to that SEL check-in or not?
I would honestly say maybe 70% attendance, definitely not 100%. It's hard to tell. Some classrooms look better than others. They are happening consistently every day. But I would definitely say maybe 70% attendance, 4th and 5th grade.
Ms. Pinnell, we are collecting that attendance data. We can look it up and get back to you. I just don't have it.
My point is there's a lot more asynchronous work on that day. I get the point of an SEL check-in, but I'm just trying to find out if kids are showing up for that brief 20 minutes that they're just getting their social emotional, and then they're going on to do their homework.
Gotcha. We'll have to determine that and get that information from our counselors and the staff at each one of those schools. So please do that, Dr. Smith.
Yeah, and that is one of the limitations of the current program, the plan we're on.
Yep.
I'd like to add one more thing about for the K-3 specifically with the instructional assistants. Our attendance is really good as well because we've been with the K-3 communicating with parents how important that time is. The instructional coaches and I work each week to develop slides for our instructional, approximately 45 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So from a review of our current situation in 712, again, under option 1 in your slide presentation, we are currently, of course, following a 4-day remote instruction plan. Again, that is for all learners, and that's roughly 4 hours per day. The day begins at 8:30 and ends at 2:30, and there are roughly 5 or 10 minutes between virtual classes. Students will attend class each day of the 4 with a teacher, and the class periods range from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. Of course, our elective classes at the middle school run 30 minutes, while our core classes at the middle school and the high school run 60 minutes. And then, of course, there's a total of from approximately 4 to 8 hours of independent out-of-class work per week for the students. On our Win Wednesday, which is optional, runs from 7:30 to 2:30 following our normal bell schedule. Students attend all of their classes when they are on campus. They receive hands-on learning, they receive extra help, they receive time to work on asynchronous work that they may have gotten behind on, and then there's also opportunity for social interactions. The key for those days is that no new instruction is given to students. It's a catch-up kind of day for students as well. Also, most students are invited 1 day a month based on our cohorting and the fact that we can only get approximately 25% of our students in the building at one time. But particular attention is paid to our exceptional children's, our 504s, our EL students, and those students are invited multiple times a month, if not every Wednesday. Again, a lot of that is depending on their IEP plans or their remote learning plans. Just a quick example of what option 1 looks like at the middle school level. Again, you can tell the one thing that sets the middle school apart from the high school is that there are 6 classes that our students attend. So for example, they start at 8:30 on our Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday schedule and go from 8:30 to 9 in an ensemble. That would be an elective period of 30 minutes. Then you can see they move into core areas, which lasts 1 hour. As they move through the schedule, again, there's basically 5 minutes of virtual time between each class session. I'm not going to go through each part of that. You have a copy of it. And then I want to make sure you see the Win Wednesday. The difference there is that on Win Wednesdays, they start at a normal time schedule at 7:30, so students do have to get up considerably earlier than they do on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. You can see they follow the same schedule. It's a bit abbreviated. And then, of course, there's 3 minutes built in for class changes there. Again, just to note that there are 6 classes at the middle school. So just briefly, what are some of the things that are working at the 7-12 level as it pertains to academic achievement? Again, our teachers over the course of the last semester and into this semester have really started to perfect their lessons. And so those lessons have become way more engaging and way more collaborative and way more interactive, where teachers are learning to use new programs and new ways of doing breakout rooms and that kind of thing within their classrooms. There's limited, one of the benefits to it as well is that there's limited class assignments outside of the day because they are spending face-to-face time with every student 4 days a week. There is time to build relationships. Again, teachers have learned to perfect that to a degree over time. When we first started the school year, teachers were having to figure a lot of this out. They have perfected it over time, and they have started to build great relationships with students as much as possible in a virtual environment. Again, we have the luxury of popping into classrooms and mimicking a teacher, so we can just pop in and we can hear what teachers are doing. We can see the kids in the classrooms, and again, there's an amazing amount of relationship building going on from our teachers to our students during that time period. We are also prioritizing instruction. It has required our PLCs to work very closely together in making sure that we're teaching the most critical information because we are in a condensed time frame. And so that has really helped our teachers break down the information. Also, as I mentioned earlier in my presentation, the Mooresville High School fall EOC data was pretty much on par. There were some declines in some areas. Again, you couldn't really detect whether that was just a cohort difference or whether it wasn't. Again, not saying that the virtual scenario is our perfect situation. Again, our teachers did do an exceptional job in that regard. And our first semester course failures were about 9 to 10% higher interacting with those teachers. There is an option for 5 days. It's not perfect. Every student would have an option of about 1 day per month based on our cohorting situation. Secondary students do depend on strong relationships, just like the elementary does. So our teachers have tried to engage them academically and start to build the relationships in a virtual setting as well. Also, again, I want to mention we have had a lot more FaceTime this fall than we did last spring when we first started the COVID situation. Again, that was an even worse scenario, and we did improve that dramatically, and it shows in what we were sharing with our students and how our students were taking the information. So it's limited asynchronous days, 1 day a week on Wednesday. Other than that, students are face-to-face. And then finally, we did start rolling out our Maui cell curriculum, 7-12, and that does take place during our virtual classes. Again, it's trying to reach out to kids from a social emotional level, which we know at this time is having an impact on kids.
Now, does that happen every day, or is that on Wednesdays?
Right. So, no, there's basically one curriculum topic covered a week, and so they choose from the schools, like, for example, the middle school chooses to have their core provide a program. So, like, math will do it this week in their lessons, social studies the next week, science the next, and so on. The high school has dedicated time that it allows for those lessons to be shared from teachers. So it's just a little bit different scenario, but
Okay,
it is
and
weekly, but not daily.
That is mandatory.
It is mandatory,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's daily, but in a certain subject per week. Is that what you're saying?
Not daily.
It's
It is-
not daily.
it's
It's
weekly.
weekly, but it is shared by a core curriculum area, like at the middle school. This week it will be math sharing it. Next week it would be science sharing it, et cetera. And so, again, it is not the perfect situation to try to unveil a SAIL program virtually, but our teachers are doing a really good job of it, and we're still and it's getting better and better each week.
I'd like to ask a little bit about the Win Wednesday. We had the opportunity to look at some of the numbers of people attending, and of course, they're decent, but I wondered how many. I've heard in a few instances from people in the community that their children don't go because sometimes they show up and their teachers are at home teaching. And there are many causes for that. They might be high risk. We might have granted an accommodation. Do you know approximately how many teachers we have not teaching from the middle school on a Win Wednesday right now?
Right. I am aware of the ones that applied for accommodations, that we met those accommodations. And that is roughly 4 or 5 at the high school and maybe 5 or 6 at the middle school that I'm aware of. 4 at the middle school and the high school, 4. So again, the other situation may be is if a teacher for whatever reason had to take a day or something, and maybe there's a
I do understand that.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was quarantined or something
Exactly.
like that.
I understand that, but there are that number that they knew if they went, their teacher wasn't going to be there anyway. Their teacher had been granted an accommodation for a medical purpose and was at home. So they weren't going to get that one-on-one contact with that teacher. That teacher was still remaining at their house.
Right.
I find the Win Wednesday data disappointing because looking at it from the fall to now, we are inviting more kids, but we have a much lower percentage of kids coming. And several of the things that have been presented so far are talking about the opportunity to, but if kids aren't taking advantage of that, I think that's a problem.
Yeah. And two, I think a couple of part of the reasons are too, I mean, we start on Win Wednesday at 7:30 in the morning, so students are having to get up at 5:30, 6 o'clock, get to the bus, get to the...
But that's
so
normal.
That's what they're
That's how normal life
that is,
should be.
That was normal. That was normal.
Well, we want to get back there.
They have to. They can make a decision. Yeah. They can make a decision to either get up early and come on Win Wednesday, or they can make a decision not to because it's an optional day at the way it's currently set up. And so, again, no doubt some of the students.
I mean,
are
look,
making the
I'm
decision.
disappointed that more parents haven't encouraged their children to take advantage of that opportunity. I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I'm upset because if you want your child to have interaction, then take what we are offering. We're trying to offer something to you. It's not great, but we are putting ourselves out there to give you an opportunity to engage. But I do
have
see
a couple other things. Tracy.
I was gathering some numbers from our principals while you were chatting about this earlier. So just to give you some context on this, at the high school they have a specific opt-out list where students and families could say, you know what, don't waste my invite, I'm not going to come. As of this morning, there were 985 of our 1,900 students who were on that list. That is more than 50% of the high school population that has already said, we're not interested in coming.
On Wednesday.
On Wednesday, that is correct. And that number has continued to grow since it was first implemented, and the high school did require that families opt out again at the start of third quarter, pardon me. So they had to fill it out again in January. On average at the high school, now remember, they don't invite the students who have opted out. So their average attendance of those they invite on the Wednesday is on average 55 to 60% of those a week. And so even of that group who hasn't opted out, the attendance is low. The middle school doesn't have an opt-out list per se. They have continued to steadily increase their number of cohort a quarter at a time, and their attendance on Wednesday averages about 40% of those who are invited. And those numbers are calculated. Each of our principals have prepared those numbers several Wednesdays, basically since we started. And so those numbers have stayed pretty consistent. I will say there was a definite decline after winter break when we were in our high spike. Those were some of our lowest numbers as well. So that's just to give you some concrete data.
I think it would be valuable to find out.
What we are currently offering, technically we do meet the recommendation by the state, and with the pending legislation, Senate Bill 37, we would technically meet that. So option one is an option on the table. And so let's move to option number 2.
I'd like to ask Tracy Waite, the secondary curriculum coordinator, to kind of open up the.
All right, so before each of these new options, you'll see a brief overview like you saw on the first option. So at option 2, K3 stays the same as you just heard for option 1. Will stay exactly the same. 4-6 will be aligned in a new model where students would see their teacher every day. And 7-12 would also be in a new model that would allow students to see their teacher every day and would shift that virtual schedule we were just discussing that starts at 8:30 to everyone starting at 7:30. So the 7:30 point becomes a little less problematic for those teenagers who like their sleep. So we will go in.
Excuse me, Ms. Wade, the reason for that is because of transportation and things like that. We have to start the day for our secondary students at 7:30.
And for the audience, it's always been the case, the lunch schedule and transportation drive everything. It's just.
Yep, very true.
So we will go into more depth on all of these options here. We'll start first with K3, which actually we're not going to go in depth on because, again, it's the same as what we've been doing. Students see their teacher every day or their instructional assistant every day, and social distancing is maintained. So under option 2, K3 would stay exactly the same. So I was nominated by our group to explain and set the stage for the next set of options, which are very untraditional.
Good luck.
Thank you. So these next options are a new model that we have not tried before, and they may require you to wrap your brain around them a little differently than how we've spoken before. So when this first happened, a lot of districts moved to what we are calling the simultaneous model. And this is what we observed when we went to visit other middle schools and high schools when we first prepared to move to Plan B. In this simultaneous model, the teacher teaches the face-to-face kids in the classroom and the remote students at the exact same time. Students log in from home, they watch class going, and the kids who are in the building are getting their instruction in class. What we saw when we visited these other schools was that teachers were teaching from their podium, from their desk, from a cart, because they are having a lot of difficulty managing the kids who are at home and the kids who are in their building. It's very difficult to manage both of those populations at one time. And that was happening for the entire period. So if your family needs to have your students stay remote, in this case, your student would be online from 7:30 to 2:30, which is a significant increase in screen time than what we currently have for our students. And we believe perhaps even less engaging than what we have right now, because as a remote learner, you don't have a lot of opportunity to engage with the instruction.
If you can stop.
These observations in end of September, I believe it was, that we went to visit schools in Iredell, Statesville schools. So
Okay.
not that long ago.
Well, but they were new to that model, and yet when we tested it in an intermediate school.
We did, because we don't have 712 students in the building at the same numbers as they do at the intermediate school.
I would argue that that's not a valid reason for saying that we tested it and it didn't work, because that's not the population that would be taking advantage of that. I have a son and a daughter-in-law who teach this way, and yeah, it's not perfect, it does work, and it does provide us the opportunity to get secondary students in the building more without giving up the synchronous contact with the teacher.
I hear what you're saying there, Dr. Marsh, and I would probably say that the option that we have developed for this is probably the best, I think would be more effective than that current model. And one of the reasons is right now, one of the biggest concerns that we hear from our parents is that the amount of screen time that the kids are required to have is very difficult for them, not just the younger kids, but for the older kids as well. And that's, roughly looking at, if we were to do fully, simultaneous learning there, would be, instead of 4 hours a day, our kids would really be 6 hours a day. So it's a significant increase in the screen time.
But it's just 2 days a week.
No, it would be 5 days a week.
Well, no, you're in class 2 days a week.
For our students who would remain fully remote, who would not have an option to come in the building, which based on our numbers, we anticipate to be a very large number, the only option for them would be to do this 5 days a week, because we do not have an MOA for 912 or even 712, where potentially we could make it work. Our middle school team looked at that, and ultimately to the students, it was too many. But at the high school level in particular, you're talking over 400 different classes, and we just don't have the teaching staff to be able to offer every kid who would need to be remote full live instruction. So
Ms. Wade, you talked about a significant increase in time on the screen. Currently, my high schooler is on the screen from 8:30 to 2:30. So the way the new schedule works, he's got a pretty big portion of his time in the middle of the day that is shifted to get some tutoring and stuff. So you're talking about an increase of 1 hour. Essentially,
So if I were to walk through a schedule of a typical high school student with 4 blocks a day, if I'm getting my instruction fully remote and I'm following the in-bell schedule, I would have 4 90-minute blocks, which is 6 hours of instruction that I would need to watch from start to finish. Currently, of that 6 span.
That's right. So why couldn't we follow a model like that in the building?
We're getting there. I'm just trying to set the stage of what the 2 options that we considered were.
Okay.
The other concern that was brought up again by our teachers was it is very difficult to manage that when you've been doing something else for so long. To your point, those other school districts have started that way, and they've been doing that all year. So that's what their students are used to. If I were to use a 2-day-a-week example, I believe South Iredell is on 2 days a week. So I would go 2 days a week, and I would have my live instruction in the building, my 6 hours, or 12 hours over my 2 days. But then those other 3 days, I am potentially asynchronous. Some schools are doing it asynchronous. Whereas now, as Dr. Black mentioned, our students are connecting with their teachers, calculus or pre-calculus, on their own. They have a time built in with their teacher 4 days a week out of 5. And this would, the options that we are going to preview would now. So what we are proposing in place of simultaneous for an entire block is that we limit that simultaneous teaching to a portion of the period. We would still have to simultaneously teach in a way. 45 minutes potentially, or if you're on a high school block, a little bit less if you are at the middle school. But what we would basically do is take that Wednesday that is in person that our students are not taking advantage of, and we would sprinkle it and spread it out to all the days, all the blocks. And so this would involve part of my class I would be teaching as a teacher, both my remote and my face-to-face kids at the same time in the classroom. But after about half of the period, my remote learners would now log off, and I as a teacher would be fully able to focus on those students who are in front of me and be able to give them the face-to-face interaction, the reteaching, the remediation. Maybe I'm going to pull out some manipulatives and we're going to work on some math remediation. We're going to do instruction style. And so the next options rely on that as the premise, that the teacher is teaching all of the kids part of the day and some of the kids the rest of the day. I'm sure there are more questions before I move on.
You said they're going to teach all of the kids for a portion of the block or the period, and then the kids who are in the building, the second part of the second half of the block or the period.
So the blocks, the break between the blocks become longer.
Correct.
Correct. You're talking about high school kids. You lose them, you're gone. If I calculate it correctly, you're talking about 45 minutes possibly in between blocks. You're going to have a kid log on for a first block for 45 minutes and then log off, I guess, in a perfect world and do some homework. These are high school children. They go back to sleep. They go somewhere to run an errand for their parents. They never come back. You're seeing, if I'm understanding it, and maybe I've heard from teachers, a little bit of a problem with the lag in the new schedule at the high school. Some kids not coming back to fourth block, okay, because of that lag at the end of the day. You're going to create this multiple times throughout the whole entire day.
That's right.
It's horribly, it's just they are consistently, don't let them go for 45 minutes. They'll never come back. It only takes, it takes one good pretty spring day and they're gone after first block for the rest of the day and they're never logging back on again. So I don't understand how bringing our children back into the building, I don't understand how it would be easier to ask them to break up their day like that. A high school environment is a lecture type environment.
I hope not.
Well, hold on a second though, but you can't, you're going to have to maintain 6 feet.
Yeah.
So that teacher is not going to be traveling up around all the time because they're going to need to maintain 6 feet from students. So it doesn't necessarily look like the classroom that it looked like pre-pandemic.
Oh, I would agree. Yes, it does not.
So to me, it restricts you to that desk front area a little bit more anyway.
It absolutely will for the first portion of your lesson, and that would maintain the same amount of instruction as what they're currently getting remote. Just for comparison, I gave you our Win Wednesday attendance numbers. Our attendance numbers for our virtual classes, even since the schedule change, remain 90 to 95%. Our students log in and our students enjoy their face-to-face instruction time with their peers and their teachers. It's a significant difference in attendance that we see.
So they would enjoy, in my opinion, they'd enjoy logging
Yeah,
in.
if the attendance rate is that high, then I don't understand the concern. If it just doesn't make any sense that we would be that concerned about the screen time.
The concern that when we shared these plans with our school, I went to 3 different classrooms, and the teachers there were teaching great lessons. Teacher was teaching math with manipulatives. They were looking at different fraction cards, hanging them on the window. When we looked at the video, the students who were logging in from home could not see what was on the screen or on the board. And so it was very difficult for me, even sitting in the back of the room or in the side of the room or the front of the room, if I was only looking at my computer to follow the lesson. It was also very difficult to hear.
But these were 5th grade children, right?
That test is meaningless. It has no validity whatsoever in this discussion because we're talking about a completely different age group. And I really think that the problems that we're talking about are ones that if teachers just think about it a little bit, they'll be able to overcome. I'll tell you, I asked my son and daughter-in-law point blank, I said, give me the down and dirty with what your experience has been doing this model. And they said, yes, the students who are streaming have trouble hearing other students in class if they ask a question. And they said, so we just repeat the question, which is a sound instructional strategy anyway.
And one that we would encourage as well.
It can get a little challenging if you're trying to carry on a discussion about something, but they can overcome those situations.
And I don't think they're running, correct me if I'm mistaken, I'm not sure that, or I haven't heard of any Iredell Statesville schools running this model at the 5th grade level. It's more of a 9-12 grade, so I can't imagine this even being a possibility for our 4th, 5th, and 6th grade students. They're not there developmentally. They ask too many questions. They're still getting their fundamentals, so it would be so hard for a teacher to navigate with that age children anyway. Your 9-12 students are older, and
I hear what both of the concerns that you're raising, and I would like to try to present the options, and then we can take more questions. But I'll say this also is that I do believe, from talking with our staff and from talking with other teachers in other districts, that what we would be able to do with this option of half the class period being the virtual class with the kids at home and the kids in the classroom. They would be with their earbuds and focusing on the computer for the first half of class, just like they would be doing if they were at home. And the teacher is working through the computer, no sound issues, all that kind of stuff. That we are missing a very valuable opportunity that we have for bringing the kids back into class. I mean, one reason might be that I want to come back to class, and I hear this from the emails that I've received from parents, is the social part of school. If kids, although they will be socially distanced, if they are focused on the computer screen and maintaining what they're doing on the computer, and they don't necessarily classroom, then I think that we're missing a big opportunity. Or if our teachers are not able to use the manipulatives because we can't really do that because we're teaching we're tied to the screen as well, because we want to provide and our teacher's going to do this, they want to provide a quality education for the kids that they have on the screen, and they want to provide a quality education for the ones that they have in front of them. But splitting that is taking away a great opportunity. I think that with this option number 2, the amount of synchronous face-to-face time that our kids have with our teachers is going to increase from what it is right now. The computer with their teacher 4 days a week, secondary, all right? With this plan, what they're going to have, Ms. Wade, the numbers?
They would have 16
week with these 12 kids in my block, and we can do the hands-on. I can work a lot more effectively with those 12 kids, and we've seen this at the elementary school with the reduced class numbers. What they're able to cover and the attention that they're able to give their kids in person is much greater than what we've been able to see in the past. And I think that will hold true with our kids. And I think it's, if we're going to make the investment and ask our teachers to come in, then I want to be sure that we give the teachers the best chance to be successful with the kids that they have in front of them, and to get the biggest bang for our buck with the time that we have in person, in building with our kids.
How do you handle an AP class?
AP class would be the exact same. They're getting the same amount of instruction as they are currently. Our AP teachers have done a phenomenal job of, again, trying to pare down what are those must-know standards, because many of our AP classes actually started for the first time in January. Some are year-long, especially our freshman AP, but for our upperclassmen, those AP classes just started in January, and their exams begin the first week of May. They are covering a year's worth of content, and what we have told them is half the time as they normally have. And by the way, we're in a pandemic, so good luck with that. And our teachers have really risen to the situation and have done a phenomenal job of preparing our students. Many of our AP classes, we were running these numbers today, our AP teachers on average have 36 to 40 kids in their classes, and they are making it work. They have 40 little heads on there. And so they are doing everything they can to meet those kids, and they would still get that same amount of instruction if a family has to stay remote. What they would probably do, I'm going to speak perhaps on perception, is they would use face time to do some additional modeling in math classrooms, some additional hands-on simulations that might make the concepts come clearer. In our advanced placement history or science classes, these might involve hands-on labs, which we can't currently offer. They might involve document analysis and DBQ questions, where students are really digging into that rich text, where the teacher can be annotating on the document camera, and yes, coming over and not, socially distancing, but being able to look at their graphic organizer while they're writing and help them craft those pieces that are so critical in scoring well on our AP exams.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But Dr. Mooney, that first 45 minutes, when it sounds like that's when the core instruction takes place,
Yes.
they're still going to be
Yes.
wedded to the computer.
That is
because
correct.
they have those virtual.
Oh, yeah, that's what,
They are
that's what I'm
still
saying. That
going
during
to-
that first 45 minutes of class, yeah, I'm tied to the computer. I'm tied to it because I got not just the 12 kids in front of me or however many there are, but I also have the 12 or 14 or 20 other kids that are virtual. And
So-
I am teaching just like I have for this entire school year for those kids during that 45 minutes.
For half the time.
For half the time. Then, at 45 minutes of the high school class, I'm going to say, all right, all you kids at home, thank you very much. It was great to see you. I hope that I'll see y'all on whatever day you come into school. And if for the kids that don't choose to come in person, they're not losing anything either. They are actually gaining time, synchronous time with their teacher. But then at 45 minutes, the teacher says, all right, everybody at home, have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. They log off, and now the teacher is not necessarily tethered to the computer, but can work individually, differentiate, personalize. Where are you struggling in this? What are you doing? Let me help you here. If there's something particular that has happened in the school, or that we see that, hey, this is a social emotional issue, now I have FaceTime, which is going to be much more effective to do those kinds of things with the kids that I have in front of me rather than through the computer. And so I see this really as a best of both scenarios, or a best of both situations, to where we're increasing the amount of synchronous time that we have with our kids remotely, and we're also now taking a significant period of time, depending on how many times the kids can come in the building, and I'm able to maximize that time that I have in person, in face with my kids.
So, when are the children who are streaming going to get the extra help, the social, emotional?
So they would have social emotional time as part of advisory, which would still continue at the high school, and as part of their core class at the middle school. As Dr. Black mentioned, they rotate the Maui curriculum through a different core curriculum each week.
Not going to monitor the chat, or if there's questions, he or she may be able to get to it or may not. But once again, the focus is going to be the kids that are in front of me for that period of that class.
They're probably going to be doing homework. It sounds like it could very easily be study hall. Right. They're going to be doing homework. The teacher can chat with them, that they can check in and that kind of thing. But
I think that would also be a waste of the opportunity. And so the expectation is that it's not a study hall where the kid for the second half of class is just going to sit there and doodle or whatever, or work on homework. That's not the intention.
But
Once
you
again,
guys have
they can do that at home.
That's what the kids are doing their homework during school
you
time.
Can't introduce any new you can't introduce new material, so they might be doing a lab. And that's what I'm trying to ask you is they could just be doing a lab, or I don't understand. I don't.
There are some more descriptions later on in the presentation about what each group of kids might be doing. Would you like me to advance to that now, Dr. Mooney?
Let's just keep going with and we'll try to get through option 2.
Well, this is my last slide. I'm supposed to turn it over to Ms. Conley, so to talk about 4th through 6th grade options now that I have appropriately set the stage. Ms. Conley, it's all you.
Good evening. So, let me go ahead. All right, so thank you so much, Ms. Wade, for setting the stage for us. So just a little bit of what it would look like in more detail for 4-6. So what this would look like is that we would be currently following the schedule is what 4-5 is currently doing in regards to it would be an AA, virtual Wednesday, and then a BB. That would be, let me just say, if we could manage the 2 cohorts at 6th grade, which right now, looking at our numbers, that looks to be the case. So what that would mean is that our students would, just like Dr. Mooney and Ms. Wade have explained, they would come in, they would have their core class, they would, our students at home would log on for the first 45 minutes of class, and then the kids at home would then log off, and our teachers would be able to really, this is kind of their station time, if you will. So they would be doing small group instruction, they would be doing remediation, enrichment of whatever the skills have been taught. One thing, we were able to speak with our intermediate administrators today, and one of the things as well is what will be different from secondary versus for 4 or 6 would be that, excuse me, that they would be finished with remote instruction by 10:30. So our 4th, 5th, and 6th graders that would be at home will be finished at by 10:30. So it's not really that break in classes. They would sign on for 45 minutes for math and 45 minutes for ELA. So they would have 90 minutes of synchronous instruction with their teacher on their remote at-home days.
Back to back.
Back to back. I think the biggest break was maybe 5th grade had like 20 minutes in between. Okay? So with that,
Ms. Conley, real quick. So
yes.
we're going to go back to asking parents to make sure their kids log on every single day.
Unless they're in the building, yes. But one of the things I think would be different and would be helpful is 90 minutes. It's all finished by 10:30. Our Google Meets would be recorded, just like they are currently. So if students were not able to attend or log on, they would be able to watch the recording. But obviously it would be best if they could attend live so that they can interact and engage with the teacher.
One of the benefits of our asynchronous days right now is for parents that work, that those kiddos can get that work done at their own pace while their parents are at work. So that would be a shift. You would have to make sure, if you work, that your child was once again logging on twice a day.
For 4th and 5th grade, yes.
For 4th and 5th grade,
Yep. Yes. And for 6th grade, when you're looking at the screen time, currently they are roughly about 9.5 hours for the week, and this shift would be around 7.5 hours. So it would be less screen time, and also allowing them 2 days in the building. And the big difference in this plan for our current 4th and 5th grade teachers is that currently our 4th and 5th graders, they come for 2 days. They have a whole class virtual day where they're meeting with their entire class. And then, yes, Ms. Pinnell, they have the 2 days that are remote and asynchronous where they do not have to log on with their teacher. They are logging on, though, for a social emotional lesson for 20 minutes during the day, but there is not a required time to meet with their teacher, so they're not having that ability to have the 5 days of instruction.
So I'm kind of going through the presentation a little bit, and I might be getting a little bit ahead. If you're asking them to log on twice a day, the current legislation allows K-5, or proposed, could come back 5 days into the building.
Well, they can now.
Well, they can now, yeah. Why couldn't we do like a AAABB type of situation?
I think we could, and I mean, I think that, we'll get into option 3 a little bit.
Okay. I'm reading, okay, sorry.
So to your question, Ms. Pinnell, currently if we're looking at 4th quarter, currently our 4th and 5th graders will be coming approximately 20 days each. So cohort A would be coming around 20 days, cohort B 20 days, and then we'd have 8 virtual days, as is now if we stayed in the current plan for 4th and 5th. So that would look very similar for 6th grade, that it would be 20 days in the building, and then the 8 Wednesday or the 8 virtual days. The difference of doing as you mentioned, the AABBB, or the rotating, the 2 on, the 3 off, would be that they would have 4 more days in the building, but they would lose the opportunity to be with their classmates on whole class on Wednesdays. And then also, it would take away the one block of time that teachers do have, a couple of hours, to be able to plan for both the kids at home and the kids in class as well. We would be taking that away.
So the question just becomes, do we value face-to-face remote more than we do face-to-face in building? A little bit.
It would be, yeah. I guess 4 days.
Right, okay.
The 4 extra days. Any other questions about this particular plan? Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Conlon.
So I'm back. We've talked a little bit about all of this already, but again, one priority for us as we were crafting these plans with our administrative counselor and teacher leader teams was that we felt very strongly, given our previous history of lots of remote learners, that maintaining a high quality, robust program that still allowed remote learners who are not able to attend to have valuable instruction. So this would allow this option, while none of the options are perfect, as we've already addressed, it would allow 5 days of interaction for all learners, whether they are at home or at school, would be approximately 3.25 hours per day for those remote days, following the 7:30 to 2:30 schedule. And again, that first half of the period would be the same style lesson that our teachers have been offering for the past 6 months. Our in-building learners are accessing that Google Meet from the classroom, and our remote learners are logging in from home and then logging off after their traditional 45 minutes or 40 minutes at the middle school to be able to allow the teacher to focus on those students sitting in the room in front of them. So some of the questions we had would be, what would be the benefit to me coming in school? What exactly would I be doing during that second part of my class? And that is where our teachers would work on providing the academic support that we would like to see more students take advantage of on Wednesday that they are not currently taking advantage of, to be able to provide additional EC or ESL small group services, which we don't currently have a lot of time for that built into our schedule. We would continue those social emotional learning skills and social activities. Socialization, particularly at the middle school, is very important. We need our students to learn how to be valuable, contributing members of society, and they learn to do that in our schools, even socially distanced. And we would, of course, remember to build those relationships and continue to provide physical options, outdoor mass breaks, supervised outdoor mass breaks, and such. Students would choose, if they choose the remote plan, in building at all. If they are attending in the building, again, that day could be anywhere from 1 to 3, depending on how the cohorts are designed. If it were an AA, A, B, 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 A, A, for example, I might have 3 days in the building 1 week. Other weeks I might have 2. If we are unable to do 2 cohorts and have to do 4 cohorts, it would likely look like 1 day a week in the building for most learners. But that is still an improvement, as you said, Ms. Pennell, 1 day a week versus 1 day a month. Students who might attend all 5 days would be continuing our Learning Lab, Max Resource, OCS students, and if the legislation SB 37 should pass, then it would be those students would have an option to attend 5 days as well. And as I mentioned, what our goal here was to try and redistribute the Win Wednesday, which we believe has some positive merits to it, but to redistribute it among every day. So for example, if I were a high school student, this is a freshman student schedule who would be, if we were to have 4 cohorts in cohort D. So on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, this student would follow the face-to-face remote schedule. They would start with band at 7:30 for 45 minutes, and then he would have 45 minutes to work either on his band assignment or some other options that we'll present on the next slide. Then in this example, again, our high school and middle school teams have not finalized their schedules. This is just an example for talking points. They would go for the first half of advisory. Now, instead of having advisory 1 day a week, as our students currently have, they would likely have to have advisory every day. And so we would spread that advisory out. Maybe today, Monday is Blue Devil Update Day, and maybe on Tuesday is the first portion of our Maui lesson, and maybe on Wednesday it is our counselors coming in to talk about registration, etc. Then they would have another small break on that remote day before they would go to remote class from home. And their schedule would continue like that till the end of the day. You asked earlier, where does my remote student get that one-on-one time? That would come at 2:30 to 3 o'clock in the after-school tutoring when our face-to-face students would be on the bus home. So our teachers would then log in to do that. Yes, Ms. Pennell?
Quick question. What if, looking at the schedule, you were able to do this live portion at the end of the first block and then do a live portion at the beginning of the second block? You don't lose the kids. And then you have your lunch break, and then you do it at the end of the third block and the beginning of the fourth block.
So it is entirely possible, at least for the third block and fourth block, that it may end up that way because we have to do multiple lunches to be able to feed our students. And so I know the middle school has shared a sample schedule in which that time would vary based on the block as to when the face-to-face person is. We discussed this also about potentially moving that to the second portion. There was a few pieces of concern. Number one, if I and the teacher am supposed to be using that time to reteach portions of the lesson, say I was teaching sine, cosine, 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 sine, sine, cosine, 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 sine, that formula that they learn in math, actually they do it in math 1, 2, and 3. If I have my lesson after my face-to-face time, am I truly able to take advantage of that face-to-face time at the beginning of the class to reteach the student who didn't quite get it the first time? Because I haven't taught the lesson yet, so I don't necessarily know that my child who's sitting there or my student who's sitting right there didn't learn the lesson. We are also potentially wondering if that would, and this may be okay, students may say, oh, if I can start my day 45 minutes later, sign me up for remote. And that may unintentionally cause some students to decide they don't want to opt in to the in-building learning because they get to start 45 minutes early, much like we are seeing currently on Wednesday, where students are saying, I don't want to come in early, I'd rather start my day at 8:30. And so, not to say we couldn't do that, and as I mentioned earlier, our school teams will be tasked with developing those schedules that work best for their learners and for their grade level type learners. So that's not off the table as
And I
well.
would say what we have traditionally done in situations like this is, once we get into the program or whatever plan that we are under, we will constantly monitor how is it going, what adjustments do we need to make. Hey, this is not working how we thought it would work, and so we need to make this adjustment. I am very confident in our folks to be able to do that and make the tweaks to the schedule that we might need to make to better serve the kids.
I understand that. That's a big piece. That 45-minute disappearing where you're supposed to be doing your homework when you're at home is a big piece of it for me. So.
And I will say the break is not as long for the middle school students because, again, we have 6 classes plus a imp time that we're trying to get in there. So their time offline is a little bit less as well. This also would allow our students who are fully remote time to drive to a building to pick up lunch because, again, if they are fully remote, they would not necessarily have option for lunch in the building, and we anticipate that many of our students who might need lunch need a long enough break to be able to drive to the school building to pick it up because, as I understand it, with transportation, delivery in the neighborhoods may not be an option anymore
Correct.
if we are back 5 days a week. Is that correct, Dr. Mooney?
That is correct.
So if this student were attending face-to-face, they would follow the same schedule, but they would have their enrichment/win time after that, 45 minutes of instruction. If our students chose fully remote, they would simply follow the schedule that was on the left on all days versus their assigned in-person day. And I will add 2 particular things. The high school has had great success with implementing an exam exemption policy tied to attendance, and that may be one reason why our attendance is so high, but I see no reason why that would change. Our attendance would still be taken every day, whether they are logging in by Meet or whether they are logging in person, and so there is still an attendance piece that would be expected and required. So if I choose not to log into my class, I'm going to have to take my exam, which is very motivating. Well, actually, that's rather demotivating that I have to take my exam for many high school learners as well. So you asked about what would I be doing during that offline time. And so again, we have looked at a couple different options with our teacher, leader, admin, and counselor teams to create some ideas around academic, social, physical, and emotional so that no matter what I'm doing, whether I'm at home or whether I'm at school, I'm continuing to work on those areas. So for example, in that offline time, I might be working on my assignments for this week, or I might be working on missing work from last week. I might be scheduling my virtual tutoring with my gen ed teacher, or if I qualify for EC services, I might be checking in with my EC case manager, receiving small group instruction during that time. Our teachers have done a great job of providing remediation and enrichment activities, and those students would have those as academic options as well. From a social standpoint, some of the things that we were advocating for our Mindful Monday initiative that was apparently now short-lived, but things like checking in with our counselors. You heard about how important our counselors are and the amount of one-to-ones that they are having and support they are providing. This is a busy time for them as we prepare to transition for registration as well as prepare for graduation. Again, checking in with friends or family virtually and following up on their Maui lesson to practice their skills and lessons. There is a small assignment that's associated with that each week. And then, of course, it would give them time to unplug from screens for an hour, which, we heard the complaints earlier that that's a lot of time for our students to be online. It is important for everyone to step away from their computer at some time and unplug, go for a walk, read a book, write in a journal, and so on. If I'm in the building, what might that time look like for me? Well, my teacher might be providing, like I said, clarifications on the lesson that I just taught. I didn't really get it. Can you tell me that again? Can you show me? So an opportunity for those students who are not learning well in the virtual style to have a re-explanation, to have an in-person demonstration, to do some of those hands-on lesson extensions that we just cannot recreate completely in the virtual environment. Yes, labs, but learning how to use scientific equipment is a huge part of our science standards at this grade. Doing enrichment, going above and beyond for those students who are ready for it, and trying a different instructional method for a student who might just not be getting it in the virtual environment. It provides the teacher time to personalize that instruction, to give the students who are there what they are able to do. And again, we would look at using this time for specially designed instruction for our EC or ESL students who might have additional pullouts during this time. Obviously, social activities, as we've discussed, would be very limited in terms of social distancing, but our teachers had some great ideas and are already doing this on Wednesday, taking mass breaks, doing their shack time outside. Hopefully, as the weather gets better, there'll be more opportunities for that as well. Again, continuing to follow up on their Maui lessons. And then we would also use this time to build in some of our time with counselors, social workers, or therapists. Right now, if our students have to have that, they are often missing core instruction because our counselors and physical therapists and OC therapists cannot meet with everyone during that same 1.5 window. So it would open up that window for them to meet with more students throughout the day. It would also allow us to open up things like our media center and some of our other large space areas where our students could engage in other types of social and academic learning as well.
So option number 2?
So all students would have the option to decide if they want to be remote or
In person, in building?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to force any children to come to school. Is this completely optional?
So as I understand it, in the legislation, we are required to provide a remote option for those students who do not wish to come back in the building. And so students and families would have to choose either, I want to stay fully remote, in which case I would not come in the building at all, or I would like to come in the building and I'll take as many days of the week as you can give me, knowing that I can't tell you right now whether that would be 1, 2, or 3. The idea is we want to...
Hold on a second there, Tracy. So what this would be is it would be a commitment by the families that, nope, I'm going to continue to do what we're doing now and staying fully virtual. The difference is I'm going to be virtual 5 days a week. I'm not having that Wednesday because we're going to 5 days of instruction. So I choose that I'm going virtual, or I'm going to stay 100% virtual, or I'm choosing that I'm going to take 1, 2, however many days we can offer for in-person instruction, in-person, in-building instruction. So the parent and the student would commit to in-person, in-building, or virtual. And so so it would not be optional for kids who selected and families who selected to be in-person, in-building to say, I don't think I'm coming today.
Yeah.
They will be counted absent if they are not in the classroom on their assigned day. They will be counted absent. And the reason that we're doing that is that we want to maximize, in option number 2, we want to maximize the number of days that our kids can be in school. And if we leave that as an optional, then we might have parents say, well, I don't really know right now, but maybe later on I want my kid to come in school, to be in school in person. And so where we could be going 2 days a week, because we had more people say they wanted to be in the building, we can only go 1 day a week, but 25% of the folks that said that they wanted to be in building are not coming. So that negatively impacts it. So if you choose the in-building, in-person option, then your attendance is tied to being in building, in person on your assigned day or days during the week.
I do believe option 2 makes it harder for 4 or 5 students. I believe I believe option 2 makes it harder for 4 or 5 students, for 4th and 5th grade students.
So the good news is that option 2 stays the same for 7-12 and option 3, but there's different options for the other grade levels.
So we can do option 3.5. Right. I'm just as laid out now, but yes.
All right, let's look at option 3. And the precursor is to that, option 2 and option 3 are the same for 7-12. Okay? So we're doing K5, K6 for option 3.
Sorry about that. All right, so for option 3 would be that K5 would be in the building for 5 days a week. So essentially that plan A. They would not be socially distanced. They would be in 5 days a week though. For 7-12, it's exactly the same plan that you just heard Ms. Wade talk about in option 2.
And I'm sorry, for K5, it's Plan A, which is what we implemented on November 2nd.
Yeah.
And so we do have some experience with Plan A as well.
Yes,
so
sir.
6th grade is going to be the kind of the different factor here in Plan 3.
Yes, sir. So I'm going to kind of breeze over K5 and secondary and spend a little bit more time on 6th grade. But for K5, it would be the plan that we have already done. We would be 100% 5 days in person. We would not be able to social distance. We would possibly be able to do some potting in K3 just because of our lower class size number. The other kind of downside, I guess you could say, for this particular option is that we wouldn't necessarily have the ability to provide that synchronous instruction for when we do go have kids on quarantine. So currently with the plan now, they would be able to sign on multiple days with their instructional assistant or their teacher on Wednesday, or have opportunities for that synchronous instruction. So the biggest difference would be for 6th grade. So for 6th grade, they would not follow the AA virtual BB. They would essentially have an opportunity, depending on their cohort size, to come in to 2 to 3 days a week. So what that would look like is that they'd come to the building on, for instance, maybe an AA, and then they would have that BBB day, and then it would be rotating. So there would be no virtual whole class day in this particular model. So again, this will be looking at approximately those 24 face-to-face. That would be about what it would be if it would be 2 cohorts. And what this model would look like is very similar to what we talked about in option 2 for 6th grade, in that our 6th graders would log on for the students that are at home would log on for the first 45 minutes with their teacher, receive that whole group mini lesson, then they would sign off, and then they would have the ability to have about a 15-minute break or so, and then sign back on for the course subject. So that, just as Dr. Mooney had explained, this would give an opportunity then for the teacher is, I have all my students with me for the first 45 minutes for that core explicit instruction. Then I have the smaller cohort, the 12 to 14 students, in the building with me to be able to do that small group instruction, the remediation, as Ms. Wade explained in some of the observations that she was able to go to MIS and see. kids up and moving, interacting with number lines, having those manipulatives, those would be the opportunities for our students to be able to do that during that 45 minutes of small group time.
Ms. Conley, why can't we bring the sixth grade under a 4-5? Why can't we bring them back at an AABB potted, socially distanced? Or, I mean, what?
This still would be a two-cohort model, and it still would be potted. So this is still socially distanced. But in terms of why we can't bring them back 100%.
No, why can't they do an AA, a virtual on Wednesday, and then a BB?
That would be an option. I would say that the difference then in that case would be...
Wouldn't it be easier to have the 4-6 at the same model?
Well, in this particular plan, K-5 would be going back 100%.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah,
Sorry. Okay.
yeah. So I did the same thing because there's so many different plans between the K-6.
Never mind. I'll wait till we get to that option.
Okay. So the difference in this plan for the K-6 aspect is the last plan, okay, K-3 was staying the same. 4-6 was the AA virtual BB, seeing their teacher synchronously 5 days a week for 4-6. This plan is K-5, 100% in the building, no social distance, 6th grade now entering the building, still being able to see their teachers 5 days a week, but teachers would be having to log on with their remote students as well as having their students in class.
If we can only put a maximum of 12 kids in a classroom and maintain social distancing, then we can't do an AABB with 6th grade. They have more than 24 kids in a class.
But you're assuming
Is that
if we have some
But what we have
dropouts.
seen is, I would anticipate a fair percentage of our parents selecting the full virtual option, which would, especially at the 6th grade level, which would make multiple days a week more likely to happen.
Did you want to speak? Because it was 12 to 15.
Our 6th grade range from 22 to 27, so depending on...
Right.
The comment was that our 6th grade classes range from 22 students in a class to 27 students in the class.
But like you said, you can assume you're going to have some want to.
Well, yeah, if you had 30% off, then you can take it.
Right, and one other thing that we have to remember there is, while it's easier at the 6th grade level to cohort kids because they pretty much stay in their class, at the 7th through 12th level, just because we say A through H is going to be cohort number 1, that does not necessarily mean that we're not going to have classes at the 7-12 level that aren't going to have, for cohort 1, they might have 15 kids on that fall under A through H one day, and may only have 6 kids that fall through I through Z. It's just not easy. It's not as easy to cohort the kids.
I would also say in this plan for 6th grade, one thing would be different is we would be able to be socially distanced and still cohorted as well, but they wouldn't have to change classes. That's what we've been doing at the 4-5. So the teachers are actually the ones that change the classes. So, different from the middle and high school where they have class changes and, kiddos in the hall and things like that. Kids would be able to remain in their class, which we've seen a lot of success with that with 4-5. Yes.
Okay.
Is there a reason why each configuration has been grouped into the plans the way they have? I mean, could we not do K-5, actually K-6, with the AABB, assuming that 6th grade will have numbers that allow us to do that, and then do something different with 7-12?
Say that one more time.
Could we not do K-6 AABB, which would be the same thing that K-5 is doing, just bring sixth grade in and allow them to do that, assuming that.
That'd be very similar to option 2, correct?
I would ask without the half streaming portion, I would assume that you would they would get that on Wednesday. You'd have your A cohort, no people coming in from home on Monday, Tuesday. You'd all B cohort would be there Thursday, Friday. Why can't the sixth grade go to that model?
So I will say the only thing that I can think of right now is for our, as Ms. Wade said about giving the remote option for sixth grade specifically, if we went that route, there wouldn't necessarily be a way to give that remote option for them, but because they're not having that 5 days a week of synchronous instruction. And so that would be one of the reasons why one of the options would be a little bit more appealing to sixth grade, because you wouldn't have to to do at the K-5 level based on kids that wanted to opt out for the fully remote option.
I understand that, but I keep hearing computer. It's got to, we're trying to get back to where we were. And it's not like we can't get back 100%, but we've got to get off this, you're saying face-to-face remote interaction is better, is.
Right. So, Mr. Hyde, I know that in the audience that we've heard quite a bit of information. That next slide on there, what to do with pre-K, it would be pretty much to follow, whichever option the board goes with there. And then the next slide is just a kind of a condensed version of the 3 options that you have there. And Mr. Hyde, I believe now would be a good time to move to the public comment portion of the agenda, and then we can come back for further discussion from the board related to the various options after we've had the opportunity to hear from the parents that want to speak.
Very good, sir. We typically have public comment at every board meeting. The rules will be the same, and I will defer to our learned counsel who will go through the rules of the road for the next section. Do notice the microphone is here. Please speak slowly. I'm not sure about everybody else.
In the order in which their names are written down here, I'll call your name. Hopefully I'll get it mostly correct. There's one that's a little hard for me to read. If you've decided you don't want to speak, you can let us know that also. And then when you do get down the mic, I would ask that you repeat your name so that if I've said it incorrectly, it'll be correctly for the record. So with that being said, the first name on the list is Laura Irvin.
Hi, thank you members of the board for allowing parents to have this time to address you. Today, they're not getting educational help. They're talking to they're about games or video or music, or they're not getting educational help. Because I ask my students, hey, what'd you do? And my 8th grader will come back and be like, we talked about Call of Duty all day. How is that educational help? It's not. We are currently spending hours, and I'm talking this past weekend, I spent at least 10 hours with my 7th grader trying to complete work that he was missing because he had over 30 assignments not turned in. They are spending their entire weekends hearing parents who are frustrated because they're not able to do the assignments and classes with their teacher. And so we're getting onto them, and then we sound like the bad guy because our students just can't do the asynchronous work when they can't do it in class. And that's really what I wanted to address, is that our students are struggling. My children are both, displaying.
Time.
Okay, thank you.
Next name on the list is Sarah Everhart.
Thank you. I just wanted to share my experience with the 2
2-week quarantine period. My child is in 2nd grade. With the current model, his only option for interaction with a teacher was to attend the second half of the class, so like the Tuesday, Thursday is his normal day, so he had to attend Monday and Tuesday, and it was the same exact lesson as he got on the other days, so it wasn't a value add for him. We had to request work from the teacher for that 2-week period. It wasn't offered to us, and the teacher has taught them to work from a checklist on their asynchronous days. So this extra work did not have a checklist, so he wasn't sure what to compete on which days. So when he returned to school and some of the assignments weren't done, the teacher's expectations were like, well, why wasn't this done? We gave you the work, but you didn't provide a clear roadmap for him for when to complete his assignments. This 2-week period, it felt like, okay, see you in 2 weeks, you gotta be home, sorry. That's the need to keep everyone safe. But there was no support for getting him his work done because he didn't have that connection with his teacher. We didn't know what work he was supposed to work on. It was just a pile of papers. And it was really frustrating. So if you move to option 3 for the K-5 group, there really needs to be a plan for how you're going to support these students when they don't have that teacher interaction, because it's very frustrating, especially when my husband and I both work from home remotely all day. It's very difficult to also make sure he's staying engaged in his schoolwork. He's in 2nd grade. He can't maintain that on his own. He needs someone to guide him through that, and when we're trying to work, we can't do both. It's really challenging. So just keep that in mind as you're making your decisions, that when kids are at home for this 2-week period, it's not ideal. I get that, but there needs to be some more support for them. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Heather Durkee.
Good evening. I've been here before already. Most of you know that. I have 3 kids in the district, a kindergartner who's doing fine, a 9th grader who's also doing fine, and a 7th grader that's failing. My 7th grader constantly cries. She can't keep up with any of her stuff. We've gotten to the point where she's, like the one lady said, 30 things in a weekend that we're trying to do. She's still behind. She's failing 4 classes right now. We can't get her caught up. She gets to go 1 day a month. She was quarantined because her father got COVID, she got COVID. Then we had to quarantine for 17 days. She couldn't keep up with anything during that time. I understand we had to quarantine, it's no one's fault, but I think we need to do better for our middle school students and high school students that are struggling. They get nothing in person. 1 day a month is nothing for them. I really would like my child to go more. She has a 504 plan. Almost everything on her plan virtually. We went through another meeting last week. Nothing can be done virtually for her. Her teachers are exempting her from things that are asynchronous, but even her in-school stuff that she's supposed to be doing in class, she can't focus. She stares at the screen, for all I know. I'm at work, my husband's at work. We need more for those kids. It is not fair to them when the other side of town gets in-person instruction. What's gonna happen? My 9th grader's transcript shows her 7th grade grades. My kid has all Fs. What's gonna happen to her? I just really hope that while you're going through all of this, you think of these older kids that don't thrive on virtual. They need more help. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lisa Neckemeyer.
Good evening, Dr. Monty, Mr. Hyatt, and members of the board. My name is Lisa Neckemeyer, and I come before you this evening to respectfully request that you return our elementary-age students to their classrooms 5 days a week for the remainder of the school year. Our neighbors have proven it can be done. Our leaders have requested that it be done. And the CDC has acknowledged it needs to be done for the mental, social, and emotional well-being of our kids. My 9-year-old begged me to come before you tonight. He wanted to come. Told him he couldn't. Good thing he didn't because he's late, but he wanted his voice to be heard. And his plea is as follows. Dear board, me and my brother were wondering if we could go back to school for 5 days a week. Here are a few reasons why. 1, school is a lot more fun in person. 2, we get to see our classmates. 3, it's easier to learn. 4, you don't stare at a screen all day. 5, there is a lot less distractions. Thank you for reading my letter. For any questions, please visit Class Dojo, Mrs. Elliott's class. May you please use my idea from 2 desperate kids, Brian, 3rd grade, and Lucas, kindergarten. You see, those are his words, not mine. They were words written by a 3rd grader who claims to quote-unquote hate school, but he's now begging to go to school. A kid who despises writing took it upon himself to find a paper and a pencil and write a letter on his own. What am I supposed to tell him? What do I tell him when he hears our governor say K-5 belongs in person 5 days a week? What do I tell him when he hears that our neighbors are going in person 5 days a week? And what do I tell him when he sees crowds of maskless people gathered on TV for a sporting event, but he's upset because he's with a mask? It defies logic. So please, I stand before you tonight begging that you return our elementary students, our littlest learners, back to 5-day in-person learning as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, our next speaker is Ashley Bhagavan. Ma'am, I'm sorry, I probably did say your name wrong, so you can correct me when you get there.
It's Ashley Bogard. Thank you, school board members. Again, my name is Ashley Bogard. I have 3 children, 2 are in the district, and 1 will be in kindergarten next year. I'm just glad that I did not send him this year, being the foundation of his academic career, mainly e-learning. I would like to thank and applaud the staff and teachers who are navigating this new territory of virtual learning. They are trying to make remote work, but it's not working. This isn't working. The kids are failing. They're home in isolation. I don't know if we're providing everyone a watch, an Alexa, to tell the time they're in, they're out, they're in this meeting, it's 20 minutes, it's 45 minutes. These little kids don't know how to navigate and handle all that time, especially when it's several throughout the day. It's been 331 days since it was announced our kids will not go back after spring break. I hope we're not standing here in another year asking what's the plan. Will we go back? My 7th grader has stepped in a building 3 times in a year almost, 3 times. She's in the AIG program. She just got her math scores. She said she had a 73, it was the end of quarter. I said, 73, she gets great grades. She said, Mom, I was well above everyone else. The average score was 45, as evident in all those scores that you put up there. They're not just numbers. We see their faces every day. We see their lights dimming. They're not just numbers to us. We ask you to send them back to school. We know it can be done. It's been shown that it's done. She's also one of the ones in the Junior Excel program. She's in the IEIG program, and a lot of the kids in that class are failing. Like I said, it's evident in all the numbers you guys put up. This has damaged our kids emotionally, physically, socially, academically. We know that when they get behind, it's hard to get back on track. 80% of kids nationwide are failing, and we see why. You want to know why people don't want to show up on those Wednesdays? I think the attitude is, what's the point? Why do I want to go? Her first day she went back, the next day wasn't for 6 weeks. There's some holidays in between and stuff. They feel like, it doesn't matter if I go for that one day. They want to go full day. I did not realize until this year how much kids want to be in school. I would have maybe thought they would love to be in home in their pajamas, kicking back. They want to be in school. They don't want to be a square on a screen. It's hard for my 4th grader. I've seen her. try to ask a question. If you're missed in that sea of squares, you're not getting that. Sometimes they don't want to put their hand up, they're embarrassed, they're missed over. Like I said, they are navigating when to get on, when to get off, another 20 minutes. I don't know anyone else's household, but we have Alexa going off every 10 minutes. It has been shown that it can be done. Please send our kids back to school.
Next speaker is Jennifer Franco.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Franco. My husband and I have been residents of Mooresville for over 15 years. When deciding where to live, way before we had children, we were both adamant about being within the MGSD district because of the incredible things we had heard about it. To this day, when my husband and I talk about moving, because we're busting at the seams with 6 kids, or 6 people in a 3-bedroom house, we're in agreement that we want to stay in MGSD. I currently have 2 children in the Mooresville Public Schools and 2 more starting this coming August. My daughter is in 6th grade at EMIS, and my son is in 2nd grade at Parkview. I have been extremely happy and thankful for my children's education at Mooresville Graded. My daughter was a great student, always A or AB honor roll. She was outgoing, loved by her friends and teachers, and has always had a kind heart. My once honor roll student failed 2nd quarter this year, and the worst part was she didn't care. My daughter, who is a happy person and a top student, could care less what's going on around here. She has become numb to the outside world. She is desperate for human connection again with her friends and teachers. She needs a normal routine and a reason to get out of her room and out of her bed every day. At this age, school does this for many kids, and I know it would do it for her as well. Going to school 1 day a month is more of a slap in the face for these children who so desperately just want to go be with their peers and back in school. Unfortunately, my incredible son has not had it that easy. He has struggled in school academically since day 1. He has a speech delay since 2 and was diagnosed with autism in April 2020, right after the pandemic hit. He has been on an IEP, which hasn't been getting anything. He struggles a lot at home with behavior, but whenever I've ever sat down and spoke to his teachers, they always say the same thing. He's a great listener, he is helpful and kind to his peers, he wants to do extra work, and he's just a wonderful student. Virtual learning is nearly impossible. Him and I have never cried so much together. I've never gotten to see this incredible kid. Time? All right, thank you.
Next speaker is Janet McCann.
Hi, my name's Janet McCann, and I'm another parent of a Mooresville grade 2 students. We've lived in this district for 10 years, love this area, but my older one, my 7th grader, Trevor, is another student that was an A-B honor roll student, cried at Rocky River when he made his first B, and he is just not doing good. He is failing. I've tried everything. I've taken Xbox, I've taken phone, everything, and nothing is working. And he goes to those Win Wednesdays. He's like, Mom, I love them. I want more of them. His friends don't even attend them. So he's isolated in his room. My relationship with him is also been affected since he's been isolated in his room. Like I keep pushing him, like I want him to pass 7th grade, but it's just a constant struggle. And then I have my other child, is Mackenzie, is a first grader at Rocky River, and she loves going to school. She loves that there's 2 days, but when we went for 2 weeks, for 5 days, she was crying. She's like, Mommy, why can't I go 5 days? And she was just recently diagnosed with ADHD and cannot sit behind a computer. Like, I'm having her teacher suggesting sit next to her and have her do this instruction. And I work, my husband works. We cannot just physically sit next to her and make her do this work when she just cannot do it. And she's even getting off of her instruction and has found how to go onto YouTube. I've talked to tech, and they've even try to help me to keep her. There's a way you can keep them on there without going onto the YouTube, but it's just, she's becoming addicted to this iPad. We're having to hide it. And that's not something that I want my 6-year-old to be addicted to an iPad. I want her to go back to Rocky River and be able to go to school with her friends. She's missing out on her childhood, just being stuck at home, isolated. I mean, even being in her backyard, we're jumping on a trampoline and she's talking to kids through a fence. I mean, that's not what any of us want as a parent, to see our children be isolated for so long. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chad Green. Chad Green. All right. Mr. Hyatt, that concludes the list of speakers.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming forward and speaking. We do appreciate it. And now, members of the board, it's our turn. And we'll start at this end of the table with Ms. Pinnell.
Thank you very much. There's a lot to think about. I hear a lot of people asking all the time why other places can do things. Why aren't we doing what other places are doing? And it's very simple in my mind. It's a numbers and a square footage issue. We have a lot of kids and not so much room. We have shown success in the model that we're in. Our teachers have done an amazing job this year. I appreciate their flexibility, the parents' flexibility, everybody's flexibility. The K-5 group of students have had to change a lot. The benefit of staying in the model we're in is we don't have to fear any interruption. They have shown great growth. I do currently worry about the options we have at the 4-6 level. I believe that the logging on and off model won't work. As one of the speakers said, kids have a lot of trouble navigating time. It's clear in the options you presented us, you believe that those kids need some more instructional time. If that's the case, I would like for us to look at an opportunity of an AAABB model, assuming that the 6th grade could have that type of model depending on their numbers. I don't believe that we're ready for an A yet, not with the quarantine rules in place and not without the opportunity for our teachers to be vaccinated. But I do feel like we should seek out for our K-5 or K-6 children more time in the building, face-to-face, not a face-to-face remote option. With regard to the 7-12, I'm torn a little bit because we cannot guarantee the number of days that this would all happen. I would like to propose if we could take the opportunity and time. I'm assuming that none of these changes would take place immediately. I'm assuming we would look at trying to implement them sometime after spring break. With regard to the 7-12 model, I wonder if we could take the time to ask for a commitment from our parents. Maybe have a called meeting to revisit that once we get the results. just seems like it's a lot of work for one day, if that's all we end up getting. That's where my thoughts are right now, and I would like to revisit my thoughts after I hear
The
from
change, you're talking about the change to go from what we're doing
Yeah, it
at
seems like...
7/12
Yes,
to
sir.
just one day is a
Yes,
lot
sir.
of work.
It seems like it would be a lot of work. I understand that our kids need to be in the building, and I don't like the thought of our 7 through 12 children not enter the building consistently for the remainder of the year. However, I'm not a fan of that, with all due respect. I'm just not a fan of the half and half. I don't like it. And so I don't know, maybe if we could survey our parents and then revisit the 7/12 model at a special call meeting soon, within a week or two. But I would like to revisit after I hear my other board members.
Pardon? Speak again.
I think he said, what did you suggest at the lower level? I'm here, what I heard was an AABB, so 5 days a week, maintaining
Social distancing.
maintaining social distancing, kind of like we're doing right now, but adding an additional day, taking out the virtual day and adding that as an in-person day for our kids.
Yes, sir, and I do understand that that's going to create an issue with our teachers. I do understand that. That's asking a lot of them, and that is asking, and we've asked a lot of them already. I struggle with their loss of planning time. I'm sure Dr. Marsh will, I do worry about that, but if we believe those kids to need more instructional time and we cannot do 100% at 5 days, I would like for us to try to look at an AAABB model. That's my thoughts for this very moment.
Did that answer your question, Mr. Whitfield?
Yeah, I couldn't hear.
Sorry.
Reverb. No, because the reverb is hard.
Mr. Pridgeon.
First and foremost, I would like to thank everybody for their participation in options being presented. There's a lot of hurt and a lot of pain from families and what they're experiencing with their children, and we certainly hear you. Ideally, would love to be able to get more students back in school as much as possible. That being said, we still have the parameters in which we have to operate, and can we safely do that? For a lot of people, their thought is, hey, I want my kids back in school. The state said we can have them there 5 days a week, but it is under certain conditions, certain ways that we have to accommodate that. For me, personally, I'm conflicted because of my personal concerns for human beings. There are a lot of people who don't believe that the COVID threat is as significant as it is for other people. I talked to somebody, they got a cold, they get a fever. I got a cousin, they get death. Every meeting that we have, I can count not just one person who's passed as a result of COVID. My family personally has been impacted by a number of deaths. Each meeting, I've got a tabulation of body counts. So I'm conflicted about saying, hey, we're just going to get everybody back in school. We still have to figure out how can we do that as safely as possible so that we're protecting all people, whether they're their educators, whether they're their children, whether they're extended families that the children go back to. But I do agree. I would love to see our students in school as much as we possibly can, and that's ultimately where I fall. Still processing, but just wanted to share my thoughts.
Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you. I too would like to thank the parents for speaking up, speaking out, for advocating for the children, which I certainly expect that. I'd like to thank the admin team and the teachers for working so hard at trying to prepare options that would benefit our children in this community. And their creative plans. I'd also like to applaud the students for their fortitude, their dedication through this pandemic. I know it's been extremely difficult. As being a parent of two now college-age students, it's extremely difficult, and I pray for them and I think about them, and I hope that things will get better. As my other colleagues indicated, we all want our children to be in the classroom. That's paramount. We know that it has a lot of benefits, not only academically, but socially and emotionally. I too am concerned, though, with the plans as laid out. Option one, option two, and three, maybe some sort of hybrid. I feel a little bit hogtied because we don't know the numbers. If whatever we can do that will maximize the students in the classroom and can be done in a safe manner is what I would advocate for. I don't know that I necessarily at this point in time see the answer on any one of option 2 or 3 specifically, but there may be some hybrid form of those 2 options that might work best for the grade levels. But again, I think it's necessary to know how many students are going to opt out so that we know what those real numbers are, so that we can decide if we're going to do, as Carrie said, at the I guess the K-5 level or K-6 level, we're going to do AAA, double B type scenario, and at the 7th to 12th grade level, we have bigger issues because we have bigger class sizes and bigger kids and less space. But I know we can try to work something out that would allow them hopefully to get in the classroom more than certainly they are now, but more than one day a week, given the numbers that I would assume that we're projecting. So I'm sounding like a politician, and I don't mean to be, but I feel a little bit limited not knowing what those numbers are going to be as to who's going to not be in class. I think once we have that, I think we can make a more informed and educated decision as to which option would be best. But that may be, in my mind, a hybrid of option 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think one thing, I understand what you're saying and the concerns, and you said hogtied, with not knowing what the numbers are, Ms. Pinnell and Mr. Whitfield, and we can definitely do a survey, which we have ready to go out. We may need to tweak that a little bit, but understanding too that at that point we're putting our parents in a tough situation too. That
Understood.
You're asking me to commit to something, and you can't tell me
what you're committing to.
Yeah, what I'm committing to.
I understand.
And so and then holding our parents accountable to that will be just it's another challenge that we'll have to face.
Understood.
And so that's kind of the pickle that we find ourselves in with not knowing the numbers, but it's hard to ask parents what they want when we don't know what that's going to look like exactly.
Right. Dr. Marsh.
Oh, boy. I think it's clear we all want kids back in school. Mm-hmm. And this pandemic has, if it's done nothing else, I think it's reinforced the importance of school and the professionals that we have who staff them. We have learned a whole lot about this virus. The recommendations have changed over time. And I think we have to remember that the devil is always in the details. Yeah. People have been citing these studies that have been done that's just a handful. They are very small. They are a small group with no control group. And the recommendations that have come out of those, and this is where the details come in, the schools that are able to bring kids back successfully, they aren't doing it 100% without social distancing, not in these studies that were cited. They are They are social distancing, they are masking, they are hand washing, they have adequate ventilation, which means that they are bringing fresh air in and not just recirculating air. And, those are the things that enable them to bring kids back to school. I am disheartened when I look on social media and I see staff and parents and families advocating one way or the other, but their behavior is not consistent with what they advocate for, who are, taking vacations, going to dance competitions, going to sporting events, and posting pictures where they're not masking, and then asking us to, make decisions that are difficulties, and that the occurrence of the spread of the virus is not caused by contact within the school, then it's coming from the community, and the onus then is on all of us in the community to do what we can let our kids come back to school safely. I feel strongly at the K-3 configuration that it just needs to stay the same. They have already changed plans 3 times, with the exception of South, that has had to change 5 times. I have spoken with each of the principals, and they have all said that the consensus is things are working, people are set in their routines, families and children know what to expect, and they are now, because of that stability, seeing growth in academic achievement. I'm torn with the other grades. I would prefer to let 4th and 5th remain the same. 6th grade is that outlier because of our configurations. I think all of our kids should have the opportunity to come into the building. So it's how do we maximize that for 6 through 12? And again, it kind of, just as has already been said, we don't know what kind of opportunity we'll be able to provide them. The option for those students where they have the 45 minutes on and 45 minutes off, I have some of the same concerns that Ms. Pinnell shared, in terms of a fear that we will lose kids with that large a chunk of time. But, we took a risk with K-5, trying to go back 100%. It didn't work, but we tried, and we've learned some lessons from that, and I would be okay with us trying if it gets more of our older children in the building, because I cannot fathom the thought that kids would go a whole school year and never set foot in the building. And I don't think the win-win, to me, that's worthless. It doesn't count. I know technically, we may be able to get by with that, but I don't like that. Yeah, that's kind of where I stand.
Okay, thank you. And the chair always speaks last, and really I have very little to say because my colleagues have said it all. You've heard me say before, I'm an old school kind of guy. I believe every kid needs to be in school with a good teacher, with all the tools, doing the best they can. In a perfect world, that might work. But ladies and gentlemen, this is far from being a perfect world, and we at this dais have to follow the guidelines that we didn't create, but we've got to make work. The linchpin is health and safety. We'd love to bring them all back, but we're not able to. And that's something that we didn't make up. These rules have been cascaded down from the state to us, and we have to figure out how to do the best we can with what we have. I too think K-3, as much as possible, would love to keep them in school. I agree with Dr. Marsh. We've had to make some changes. We tried some things, didn't work. We've had to make some changes. I'm a believer in routines. Doing the same thing over and over. We get comfortable in that process. Some of our options allow that. I would get lost with an AAA, BBB. Pretty soon I figure out where's Monday and Wednesday. And maybe that's just my limitation, but to me that's a bit confusing. That's not to say we couldn't work it out, but for another school, we must figure it out. As my colleagues have said, I want to get as many kids back in the building with our teachers as we can, and I think that's what our teachers want, and I know that's what parents want. We've just got to figure out how to make it work.
Can I say something?
Please.
I think I might have been turned off. To your point, Debbie and Roger, a little bit, the K-3 kids, they're younger. They don't adjust to change as well. So I agree. They could stay the same in the same model they're in. But those 4-6 children, I do think they should be afforded an opportunity of an extra day. Roger, to your point about getting confused, I know that we get good messages every single Sunday that says, hey, your days are Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So there is a way around. There is good communication that comes that helps us remember what day we're supposed to be there when we do have a shift in the week. I again say that in option 2, you were looking for more instructional time for that specific group of children. And I argue, or I respectfully submit to you, that face-to-face instructional time in the building is better than face-to-face remote time. And I know it's not much. I know it may only be 4 versus 8 days, but I think we need to try to make that face-to-face time in the building happen for those 4-6 children.
Okay, Dr. Mooney, you've heard us. It's back to you.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you very much, board members, for that, and I think that we can take all that into consideration and come up with a workable model. First and foremost, I want everyone to know that I recognize that this has been a very difficult time for all involved, and that for many, the lack of normal school has created many hardships for our students and their families, and for our staff and their families. I mean, there's no denying that. Unfortunately, regardless of the option that we choose, we are not going to be able to fully meet the needs of every family and every child. I mean, it's just not possible for us to do. However, that does not mean that we do not need to do the best that we can and try to come up with a plan that best meets the needs. There are numerous items that I've carefully considered when deciding, what my recommendation to the board would be and for how we should proceed for the final quarter of the school year. And here are some of the things that I've really put a lot of consideration into. First, like everyone has said, our students need to be in school and are suffering as a result of being in a virtual setting. This is in no way a criticism of our teachers or our staff and the work that they're doing. Actually, I see it as quite the opposite. The reduction of in-person, in-building interaction with our staff has resulted in a void for many of our students. And this is most true for those students who currently have no time available for in-person, in-building learning. And so I think it's just a testament to what our teachers do during the normal course of the school year that has shown that when we do not have that same amount of time, that there is a void, a vacuum there that our students and our families have. Second, for the safety of our students and staff, the safety of our students and staff is vitally important. And I know that many of the recent studies, this kind of goes along with what Dr. Marsh was saying, say that schools are safe and that our students do not contract, spread, or suffer severely from COVID because they're young. While I understand this claim, I know that our schools are full of adults who are at risk for more severe effects from COVID, and that almost every student goes home to someone who's considered to be more vulnerable and at risk for severe effects of COVID. And so this creates for us a very difficult task of balancing those risks versus what the needs of our kids and our families are. The fact that the majority of our staff have not had the opportunity to receive the vaccine is particularly concerning. Third, many of the studies referenced by the governor and the General Assembly reinforce the importance of the safety mitigation measures of masking, socially distancing, and good hygiene. And we have experienced firsthand in our district the impact of not being able to adequately socially distance when we moved to Plan A with our kindergarten through fifth grade students in late September and early November. At that time, when we moved to Plan A, the percent positive test rate in Iredell County was 5.3%. Currently, our percent positive test rate in Iredell County is 13.4%. Now, it has come down significantly over the last couple of weeks. We were above 20% positive test rate several weeks ago, and we are on a good trajectory there for a decline. But we are still close to 3 times as high in our percent positive test rate currently than we were when we went to Plan A in late September. Within 1 month, from November the 2nd to November the 30th, within 1 month of moving to Plan A, we had quarantined 508 pre-K through 5th classrooms, and we had closed South Elementary School because of exposures and the impact of COVID. In the 2 months from December the 1st to January the 29th, since we reverted back to Plan for pre-K through 5th grade, we have quarantined 526 pre-K through 5th grade students. While that is a little bit higher than the number I've mentioned earlier, it's over a 2-month period rather than a 1-month period. We have quarantined 2 classrooms in that 2-month period compared to 10 classrooms when we were in Plan A, and we have closed no schools. In addition, we have seen a 50% reduction in the average quarantines per day under Plan B than we saw under Plan A. Under Plan A, during that month period, we were quarantining an average of 18 students or 18 folks a day, compared to December the 1st through January the 29th, we were quarantining 9 individuals a day in pre-K through 5th grade. That is a significant reduction. I do believe that if we were to turn to Plan A for our K through 5th grade based upon our current data and our historical experience, I do believe that there's a very strong likelihood that we will have to adjust our plan yet again at some point during the 4th quarter to move back to a Plan B or a virtual plan. I do not believe that change in the plan yet again is what's best for our students or our staff. And for these reasons, my recommendation is that we do move to option number 2, and I'm very interested to hear what some slight additions to option number 2 might be, but especially for our K-3 students to remain on their current schedule, and because we can maintain the social distancing, which K-5 students, because we can maintain the social distancing. And I do believe that in order to make the change, especially at the 6th through 12th grade level, that the start date for that should be Monday, March the 15th, which is the Monday, after spring break.
The Ides of March.
What's that?
The Ides of March.
Isn't that something, beware or something like that?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there are a lot of logistical things that must take place. The outstanding status of Senate Bill 37 could have an impact on this, with bringing our EC and 504 students that would have the ability or the chance to be in school for 5 days a week. That could have an impact on what we do. And so, Mr. Hyatt, that is my recommendation to the board. And, we can discuss what 4-6 might look like. If we did want to go to a AAA, a 3-day, or take out the Win Wednesday, which we will do at the 7th through 12th grade level with this plan. Win Wednesday will be no longer, and we will maximize the number of kids in our schools those days. We could look at doing something similar with our 4th through 5th grade, and moving to something like you were talking about, Ms. Pinnell, with a taking out the virtual day. I mean, that would be an option that we could look at. Feelings from the board?
With a change with regard to the 4-6 level, I could support it. I just don't want to have those 4-6 students in and out off of that computer. In my mind, it works one of two ways. We add an AAABB, or we just stay like we are, AA, virtual BB. In no plan does that coming in for 45 minutes, going out thing ever work for me. I don't support that at all. So
even at the 7th through 12th grade level?
I really would like to table that. I still feel like we should do a survey. I still feel like we should ask the parents. It's a whole lot of bang for your buck. I mean, if we're only going to get one day in, then we are seeing some.
So you're saying, what are you saying, that if we were only going to get one day in for 7 through 12 a week, that we need to stay the way we are?
I do think so.
Okay.
Yes,
to counter that, I would say that even at one day a week, what I heard of many of the parents say was, my child has been in school 3 times or 4 times the entire year so far. And even if it is one day a week, that's still going to be over the course of the 9 weeks. Now, given that the last week of school, there's going to be testing, that schedule is going to be crazy. It might only be 8 days if it's worst case scenario and it's only one day a week. But that's still, based on what they've seen so far, that would still be almost 3 times as many days in a quarter that they've had so far for the year. And then, once again, I would say that I really feel that the model of, and I hear what you're saying about the downtime between classes. With my 8th grader and my 10th grader, I think that will work very well for them. My 8th grader is on top of things. My 10th grader is not so much on top of things as far as schoolwork goes. And buddy, if you're watching this, I love you. But at the same time, having a more than a 10-minute break between would give him an opportunity to refocus, and whether it's ADHD or whatever. And so I see that, but I would also commit to the board that, like we have done previously with these options, and that we are flexible with them, and that we will closely monitor. And I know I'll speak for Dr. Black and Dr. Smith and Ms. Wade and Ms. Connolly, is that and our principals, is that if that's not working, then we're not going to continue to, nope, we got to do it. We will make adjustments to that.
And then we're asking for another shift again, though, and then we're knocking on the end of the quarter. By the time we get through this, we're almost to the end of the year. And if it's not working and we shift 3 weeks in a 9-week quarter, we're knocking on the door of testing and end of the year, and you've got a break for spring break and you've got a break for Easter. So you don't have a lot of time for shifts. We've already asked for a lot of shifts from these kids. And it's not fair to ask them to shift at the end of the last quarter in the middle of it. So I would say we need to be real sure it's going to work.
I am confident that this will work, and a shift would not be a wholesale change. And it's not going to be a wholesale change that we're going to go back to what we were doing. We might adjust the schedule to reduce that amount of time that the kids are logging off before their next class. Those would be the kind of, we would make minor changes to that kind of schedule, and not a wholesale, nope, this didn't work, we're going back to.
So what are your thoughts at the 4-6 level?
4-6, I would, one of the reasons why we looked at 4th and 5th grade with this schedule is that, Ms. Conley, was it under option 3 that 4th and 5th grade was the only group not having time with their teacher 5 days a week? Is that right? So option number 2, if we wanted to go to I still believe that in option 2, that we use that same model that we're using for 712, because it gives our kids contact with their teacher every day, whereas they currently do not have that.
Is that for 4, 5, and 6?
That would be 4, 5, and 6.
So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 would all be the same, what you just said?
Yes. What's that? Well, if we did away with a virtual day, which is kind of what you're saying that you want to do.
I don't want to log in. I don't want to log in whole class at the 4 or 5 level. I don't think those kids I don't think they can handle that. I don't think they get it. One of the reasons the asynchronous computer lessons work so well when we were at Plan C is because the groups were small. And the teachers weren't looking at groups of 28 kids on the computer at once. They were looking at 12 kids at a time. So I think one of the reasons that model was successful is because those groups were small and you could have some personalized interaction with them.
Okay, so what you would propose is that K3 stay the way they are now.
Yes, sir.
Or actually K5 stay the way that they are now.
K3 stay the way they are now. 4, I'll take 6 out of the equation for you for a second. 4, 5, have an A, do away with the virtual day.
In AAA, so if I'm an A kid, I would come to school Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thursday and Friday, if I'm an A kid, I have asynchronous.
Like they do right now.
Like we do right now. Okay.
I lose the virtual. I lose that A child loses their virtual on Wednesday.
So they get 4 extra live days.
And then the following week, if I'm an A kid, I'm going Monday, Tuesday, A, in person, in building.
Yep.
And then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm going to be asynchronous. I'm not going to have contact with my...
Well, I mean, you're calling contact right now an SEL meeting on Thursday and Friday, so throw in another SEL meeting on Wednesday.
I don't know that it's going to be that easy to
But
do
I mean,
that,
you see what I'm saying? I mean, if contact, as we define it right now at that age, is an SEL on Friday, then I would...
But basically, our students who are in their off days, when they're not in building in person, then they are going to have asynchronous work and not necessarily be required to log in with their teacher or...
I'm losing an hour and 30 minutes of teacher instruction if you lose that model. Because I'm losing the Wednesday. The only day I'm losing is Wednesday. So for a 4th and 5th grade child right now, they're on 45 minutes with their reading teacher and 45 minutes with their math teacher on Wednesday. They see no teacher on Thursday and Friday. So I'll be losing that hour and 45 minutes on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be replaced with asynchronous work. Ms. Conley, am I
You getting this?
right or?
I'm confused.
It's the type of instruction.
Two weeks.
2 weeks. Yep.
The type of instruction.
Yep.
as opposed to it would be, I would see them on Wednesday virtually, and then I wouldn't see them until Monday. And then sixth grade.
I guess it depends on the cohorts, right? How many people you have opt out and stay in.
Which I think the possibility for 2 days a week or to have 2 cohorts in sixth grade is more likely than it is for 7-12. Not that it's not going to happen for 7-12, but because the sixth grade classrooms are smaller to begin with, as far as numbers of kids, then the likelihood of being able to have 2 cohorts where we could do the same thing with them that we're doing with 4th and 5th, which I think would be great to keep consistency at the school, would be good.
So, and they haven't been in the building all year, so my thought with that is you'd be able to keep them socially distanced in small groups, small learning groups like we know has been successful at our K-5 model, but I would imagine they would welcome the additional day to try to make up for some of that time they haven't had because they've been completely virtual.
I understand that, yes.
So, thank you.
Yeah, come up to the microphone.
Just 2 other possible negatives with having 6th grade specifically follow that plan would be, 1, the remote option. We wouldn't necessarily be able to offer that remote option within them staying in their class. Would want to opt in for remote, which could mean some class changes possibly. So that would be 1.
And we might have to move a teacher
correct,
who is currently teaching in the building and their classrooms of kids to other teachers to create more MOA teachers for the 6th grade.
Correct. Within the building. So that would be 1. And then I'm going to be honest, I just forgot the other one, but it will come to me in just a minute. That wasn't it. I'll think of it.
And that is, I mean, and I know that our teachers feel very strongly about the redistribution of kids at this late period during the year, that I'm now having to leave my teacher who at least, I've been interacting with every week, multiple days a week for this entire school year. Now I'm going to do the same thing with a different teacher for the last 9 weeks of school. Yeah.
And that was fairly messy when we did that earlier with K-5. The other thing that came to me, I told you it would come back, is just to advocate, I guess, too, for our teachers in thinking about planning for an AA, BBB, AA, is if the kids are not logging on and synchronously for that 5 days, I'm just thinking of how if I were a teacher, would I plan a lesson for my A group for 2 days, and then I have my B group for 3 days, versus right now with our AA Wednesday remote BB, I'm able to basically teach the same lesson for my A group as I am my B group, but Wednesday I'm able to go back and spiral standards or sprinkle standards. So in terms of sequence and pacing, it's much more manageable, whereas then if you're having kind of that constant rotation, it's going to be a lot more challenging for our teachers with instruction in that regards.
And I understand. I'm just simply trying to advocate for as much face-to-face in building time for these children as possible. And if it doesn't work and it's too hard, then of course.
And our teachers are amazing, so they would make it work, so please don't think that. I'm just thinking about pacing and logistics. So for instance, Dr. Smith shared that we did meet with our K-5 groups and actually 6th grade separately, but to look at our priority standards. So we already have it set in our pacing of how do we tackle the rest of the semester of basically having 2.5 days, if you will, of new instruction.
So I feel like we're ready to tackle that.
I'm confused.
The board?
I'm confused. Let's kick back to the beginning. What is your recommendation? Option 2?
My recommendation is, yes, is option 2.
Which is K3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12.
Yeah, but
Yes, which
Based
is,
on the chart
which is,
I'm looking
yeah,
at right
looking
here.
at that chart, it would be K3 would do what we are currently doing. 4th and 5th grade would be 2 days a week in person and 3 days a week synchronous instruction. So basically the model of half the class being taught virtually to all kids, and then the second half of the class being focused on the students who are in person in front of the teacher that day.
And that's 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
4th, 5th, and 6th.
4,
So
5,
they're
and
all
6.
following the same. Wednesday would remain synchronous for all cohorts. And so there would be no students in the building on Wednesdays. It would be similar to what we are doing currently for 4th and 5th grade, but there would be no particular cohort of students in class or in the school building on Wednesdays. And that time would be it was a full class synchronous lesson like we're currently doing at the high school level.
Got it.
In the middle school. And then for 7 through 12, it would be 5 days a week. So no Wednesday, 7 through 12. It would be 5 days a week of virtual and whole class instruction. So the teacher would teach for half the period like they are currently doing. They would dismiss the virtual kids. Now, if the kids wanted to stay on, I mean, that's a minor thing that we can work out. If some kids wanted to remain on, but then the focus would be for those kids who are in person in the building the second half of the class period, and that would take place every day. And so where it says 0 to 5 in the building days per week, based on the cohort, 0 would be for the kids who selected to remain 100% virtual, so there are going to be no days in the building. The 5 days a week would be pending the Senate Bill 37 legislation. If we were to offer 504 and EC children 5 days a week opportunity, and then in between there would be based upon the number of students who opted for and how many cohorts we could use to accommodate and how many days we could get them in the building.
Right.
And that would be kind of on a rotating basis. If it's 2 cohorts, then 1 week a cohort would have 3 days in the building, and cohort B would have 2 days in the building, and then the following week cohort A would have 2 days in the building. Yeah, it would flip-flop. Yes.
Dr. Mooney, I'm sorry. So let me make sure I got this clear. Option 2 does not exist at the 4-6 level without the kids logging in for half the class.
Correct. And one of the biggest things about that is that it takes care of the virtual option that we have to provide without having to redistribute kids and add more teachers to the MOA at 6th grade. And then it also allows for the kids to have contact with their teachers 5 days a week, regardless of which option I choose, in person, in building, or fully virtual, then I still see my teacher 5 days a week.
If that's the support staying where we are.
Okay.
Any other?
For K5.
Excuse me.
I think that type of a behavior is too much to ask of children of that age. I think asking them to come in, I think that's asking a lot of the teachers, first of all, at that level, at a very difficult age with children that are still learning their fundamentals. And I think that's just too much, that's too much to ask.
So your proposal would be option number 2 would be a modified option number 2 with K5 staying as we are currently.
I don't even think sixth grade should do it.
Okay. So K6 staying as we are, and 712 moving to what is listed down there.
Moving K6, moving sixth grade into our current model,
K5.
which is K5.
So it'd be K6.
Yeah. Moving sixth grade into the current K5 model.
Which would result in, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Conley and Dr. Smith, but that would require us probably to redistribute kids at the sixth grade level.
Yeah, depending on who chooses to stay all virtual.
Yeah.
Got it.
We've had.
I'm sorry.
never mind. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you would, please come to the microphone.
Also add that one thing about the kids logging in every day virtually also kind of speaks to what Ms. Everhart was talking about when her child's quarantined. When you have that virtual and in-person going on simultaneously, kids who are quarantined can log in easily and take part in class that way.
And so, Mr. Hyde, I would say that if the board wishes to modify the recommendation, then maybe there should be a motion or a proposal for discussion.
Okay.
So we would be talking about sixth grade then not even having the opportunity? Now, you're talking...
Not having the opportunity to what?
Never mind, no, okay.
What's the sixth grade option that's not going to uproot the teacher and the students from being MOA'd?
Say it one more time, I'm sorry.
What's the option that's not going to prevent the students and the teachers from being disconnected because of the MOA requirement for sixth grade? What would be that? What's
That
the
will
option?
not require the reconfiguring of classes?
Correct.
The option would be for the sixth grade to follow what I'll call the half and half model, where the teacher and the student, whether they're in person in the building or at home virtually, where they are all logged in to their computers at the same time for the first half of the period.
Okay.
Okay, then the second half of the period, the virtual students would log off, or if they wanted to stay logged on, they could, but the teacher is going to turn his or her attention to the kids that are in the classroom for the second half of the period and will teach and go through the activities, all those different options or things that could happen during that time to maximize the in-person, in-building time that we had with our kids. So at that point, if I were a parent who said, nope, I don't like that, I want the fully virtual option, and I am in Miss Conley's class, then I am still going to be in Miss Conley's class 5 days a week. I'm going to see her 5 days a week. It's going to be for 45 minutes between 8:30 and 10:30. That's, two 45-minute sessions between 8:30 and 10:30. And I'm going to see her 5 days a week. And so if I was a student in class and I was exposed or something to COVID and I had to go out then and I was quarantined, I would still access that virtually every day, 5 days a week with Ms. Conley. I would miss my in-person day or days each week because I had to be quarantined, but I would still be in touch with my teacher 5 days a week to get the new instruction. And so if we follow the current model of K-5 for 6th grade, then we are going to have parents, I would foresee, who are going to opt for the virtual, fully virtual, and then we will need to possibly redistribute some teachers to cover the fully virtual option that we have to provide as called for by the state, which would then mean that I'm going to have to take kids in Miss Conley's class, who she's going to be the virtual teacher now. I'm going to have to take all the kids that are assigned to Miss Conley and move them to the other 5 or 6 6th grade teachers at the school. And I think for me personally and in my professional opinion and also from what we've talked with our teachers, that is particularly concerning at this point during the year for a short period of time.
Yep. Last quarter.
Yep. Well, with testing and everything, the last quarter is usually the shorter one.
Yeah.
Correct.
So what's the option on the table? We keep coming back to option 2.
I think the current option, the recommendation that's on the table, which there has not been a motion to approve, is option number 2. And so if the board would wish to alter that or go in a modified direction from that recommendation, then I think there would need to be an option presented that the board would then choose to consider or not. Donaldson?
That's correct, yes. Either the board needs to make a motion to accept the superintendent's recommendation
or come up with another
some
one.
other motion for a different recommendation.
All right.
Different
Okay.
plan.
I'd like to start with the easy stuff. Can we agree that K-3 should stay the same?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Yes.
Can we agree that K-3 can stay the same?
Yes.
Can we agree that K through 3 stays the same? I see a lot of affirmation nods.
I believe that there should be a change to the current option 2 with regard to the 4-6 model.
And what would that change be?
It would be either stay in the plan that we're in currently.
Stay in the plan that we're in currently for 4th and 5th.
For 4th and 5th.
Which is also the same as K3.
Correct. I think what I heard you say, Ms. Bonnell, was stay the same K-5 and make 6th grade mirror 4th and 5th grade.
Yeah, that's the redistribution, isn't it?
Two-day cohort, virtual Wednesday, 2-day cohort. Right, that would, not with that one. If they followed the option 2, which is still a virtual.
Come to the
day.
microphone.
Yeah.
Come to the mic.
I can hear better without it.
I thought it was. I thought, I'm sorry, what I was hearing is that K-5 would stay what they currently are, correct? So they would have 2 days in the building, virtual 2 days, they wouldn't log on and off, as you mentioned. 6th grade, though, would follow what option 2 is, in terms of there would be cohort AA, remote day, BB, but they would be logging on for that 45 minutes so that we would have the capability to do the full remote option for kids that chose it.
They would have the option to do what? Say that last sentence again.
To do fully remote, 6th grade, under option 2.
Which doesn't redistribute the teachers.
Correct. Because basically you would have 2 different options for well, one would be stay as we are, but then the other would be that they either go the AA, BBB, so there's no virtual day, or you keep as option 2 what we had. It's just they
going to see their teacher every day, but they would be following their time in the building the way K-5 does. Is that?
And Wednesday would still stay the same for 6th grade in the fact that you would have 2 smaller groups. So you're just the same as it is now. It would be online. So you would have your virtual day on Wednesday, and you'd have your 12 to 14 kids in the morning and 12 to 14 in the afternoon for that small group on Wednesdays. That's the same as it is now.
Again, I don't support them logging on the half and half model.
It's way in that.
But they're not logging on during their off days, correct?
For 6th grade?
If they don't, then we have to reassign teachers, assuming that folks would choose to stay virtual. That's the drawback.
So if we don't log on, if we don't require the log on, then we have to redistribute.
Yeah, assuming that a fair number of our families want to stay completely virtual. Yes, that's the trade-off.
So I hear you say that we don't favor option 2 purely as it's listed. Is that what I'm hearing you say or not? I'm not hearing you say anything.
I do not know, sir.
And the reason you don't is because of the logging on and logging off.
I do not like the half
do
and
not
half
like that.
model.
Gotcha.
Yes, sir.
That's weighed against the redistribution, right?
Exactly.
That's really what
And the only distribution of the possible redistribution of kids is going to be to require the logging on, because we have to provide that virtual option.
Right.
And so the way that we will do that is to provide 5 days of opportunities for our kids to log on with their teacher.
Right.
So I guess that's the, as you said, Mr. Hyatt, the linchpin for that is if we don't want to require the log-in, then we have to redistribute.
Exactly.
And if we don't want to redistribute, then we have to provide the log-in.
Log on. That seems to be the choice. I think we're okay with 7-12 and we're okay with K-5.
Right.
It's the 6th graders that we're still hanging on. Am I reading you correctly?
Ms. Conley?
Yeah, we just wanted to clarify exactly 6th grade. When we spoke with Dr. Pratt and Ms. Evans today, the example from their schedule, what it would look like for 6th grade if they were to do the log on. So if I was at home, my remote day, I would log on from 8:20 to 9:05 and receive my
Math instruction. 8:20 to 9:05.
Yes, sir. Then I would have essentially 35 minutes in between, and then I would go from 9:40 to 10:25, and I would be done for the day.
And that's the other.
Also, these would be recorded because our meets are recorded, so we do understand
I can hear you now.
that
Yes.
that there are some parents, that might not be able to log on because of childcare or things they already, so they would be recorded that they could still watch on their own time. But like I said, obviously we would want them to be live so that they could interact and answer questions with the teacher. But I just wanted to make sure to kind of give that example That so if I was a cohort A kid, I would go to school Monday and Tuesday. I would receive small group instruction from my teacher. I would have recess, I would have lunch, I would go to enhancements, like the good old days, okay? Then I would have Wednesday, I would remain at home. I would log on to my regular time, whatever that is, either the morning time or the afternoon time, where I would log on and I would have a small 12 to 14 kids in the group for my online synchronous instruction, just as I always have. Then, on Thursday and Friday, that's when I would remain home, and I would essentially be tied to my computer or have my classroom time from 8:20 to 10:25, but I would not have asynchronous work. So you're swapping out essentially the 60 to 90 minute asynchronous work for two 45-minute chunks with the teacher. And we wouldn't have to redistribute kids.
Good. And that's only for sixth grade.
Only for sixth.
Is that palatable? I see some heads nodding. I don't see heads moving on this end of the table.
I'm not the only one up here. I mean, it's not, I mean,
What do we call that?
The modified option 2? Modified option 2 is that for K5, Jim and Scott, be sure you hear this. Modified option 2 is K5 would continue to do what we are currently doing.
Mm-hmm.
7 through 12 would follow the option number 2 plan as reviewed and listed on the slide under option 2.
7-12.
7-12 would follow that. Sixth grade.
That's the kicker.
Ms. Conley, one more time. Come to the mic and explain sixth grade.
Sixth grade would be 2 days in person, 1 day remote, 2 days logging in from home to attend with the teacher for 90 minutes. They would be attending approximately from 8:20 to 9:05. They would have their math block, or ELA, and then 9:40 to 10:25. So on their off remote days, they would log on. They would be finished by 10:30. On their Wednesday, nothing changes for them. They follow the same schedule that they're currently following. And then the other days they would have in-person experience, enhancements, lunch, 2 45-minute times where they're still logging in, but they would have the opportunity for small group remediation, enrichment after that 45 minutes in both math and ELA. And then also we have a 30-minute Bobcat or Eagle time at our intermediate schools that are specifically for enrichment and intervention that they would be able to participate in as well.
And if there was an issue with logging in during the time during my off days, if I'm an A kid during my B day, during the B cohort on my Thursday and Friday, if I had an issue, then I could log in when it was more convenient for me and or my parents, because those lessons would be recorded and placed in Canvas.
Canvas, yes, sir.
That's correct.
are we going to be looking at the potential of a redistribution anyway at the sixth grade level for teachers that aren't comfortable coming back?
As of right now, Dr. Medlock would have to correct me on this one, but as of right now, I only know of one teacher in question, but all the others have said that they would return. But we are sending out a survey, according to Dr. Medlock.
And that would also be dependent, I mean, with coming back in, I mean, that is, if we are not able to make accommodations, then, I mean, it's based on the number of kids who are in the building. And we cannot, there's a strong possibility that we will not be able to honor all the requests for accommodations at 6th through 12th grade. And one other thing that I did neglect to say is that this would require, for what we would look at here is for all teachers to be on campus, all non-MOA teachers to be on campus 5 days a week.
Okay, members of the board, you've heard a modified option 2. That seems to be the direction that we're going. Is there a motion to accept modified option 2?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded from modified option 2. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have modified option 2.
Thank you.
I do appreciate everyone's patience. This is hard work because we all want to achieve the same thing, but it's difficult to get there. And I very much appreciate your patience and your understanding.
And Mr. Hyatt, just a point of clarification, that this would be to start the fourth quarter beginning Monday, March the 15th.
March the 15th, following the quarter break.
Spring break.
Yes, sir. In all this excitement, I've lost my agenda, so bear with me. We have reached that point in the agenda where, members of the board, it's time for us to go into a closed session. Under the North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, Section A6, and also Section A3. The board will need to go into closed session to review personnel and to consult with the board attorney. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then we are unanimous. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. And as always, as you go out into the community, WWW. Thank you very much.